Let's get right into the news. I didn't even shower. I didn't even get ready. I went straight from tanning, sweating my ass off, right into this shit. I ain't prepared to do nothing. Ready to go into this bullshit. Straight, without any hesitation, without any meditation, without any amelioration. We are live. We're gonna be doing this. I don't really want my chat. I want to focus on people who are not fans and who are not regular watchers. If you're a regular watcher and you want to ask questions, just do the Patreon. No, I do it every week. Y'all questions. I don't want people like, oh, so hi, I'm a big fan. Like, yeah, you guys do that every week, okay? So we want to get people who are outside of the community to do this AMA with, because I do AMAs with my chat all the time, okay? I do AMAs with my chat all the time. So we're going to be doing this in the politics Discord, and ain't no need for our own gorillas to be doing the AMA, really. You know, I mean, you can if you want, but it's like, it's kind of superfluous and pointless, okay? It's a little bit superfluous, a little bit pointless, all right? Now, I did not shower. I did not get dressed, get ready. I even know how I'm looking here. All right, I'm looking okay. I'm looking okay. Just got done sunbathing. Bit sweaty. My hair's not looking too great. That's okay. That's okay. And we are super early, okay? We are super early today. And you know what that's telling me? That's telling me we need to like the fucking stream right now, because there's 80 people in here, but there's only 50 likes, and that's telling me we have a lazy ass fucking chat that don't know how to click a goddamn button. So that is a problem, okay? That's a big problem. And I was actually thinking of not streaming today and skipping today, because I get one free week to skip. And I was thinking of skipping today because, you know, I'll just do the politics square thing. But, you know, I was thinking, you know, I may as well stream it. I may as well stream it. You know? There's a Jimmy Dore live. I don't give a fuck, dude. That is. I don't share that many viewers with Jimmy Dore, okay? You guys have to understand my age demographic is like 90% 20s, okay? So I do not... Jimmy Dore's age demographic is much older than me. So that's just a fact.
Here's Sedona for streaming super.
That is just a matter of fact. That is just factually correct. I should stream this early every day, shouldn't I? Wouldn't it be nice if I stream like this every day? I do this every single day, okay? So they should be contact me whenever. One second, I'm gonna blow my nose because I got some shit in my nose. I'll be right back.
Based.
Eurobros, where you at?
I'm gonna share this shit with Twitter. I should have dressed up for this, man. But this is still early in my day, if I'm being real. So let me go on Twitter and get this shit going on Twitter. Live now doing AMA for politics Discord. Bum 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 beat 'em. Alright. Alright. Where should I go? Today's stream, I'm gonna make ad revenue because there's no music. Hey, Europeans are up right now. That's funny. That's really funny. That's really funny.
Oh, there you are, Haas. Can you hear me? You should be able to speak. If you are speaking, I can't hear you.
Oh, I gotta get my shit.
There you are.
Gotta get my audio.
Okay, so while he's getting set up.
All right, we're good. Yeah, I got everything set up.
Okay, cool. Well, Haas, thank you very, very much for coming along. Actually, there's some feedback from your mic when I talk, which is terrible because I hate my voice. But
Is it still there or?
testing. No, it's good. We're good. Okay. Well, Haas, thank you very, very, very much for visiting us. I feel like we've had way too many right-wing retards on lately. So we're trying to get somebody on that was reasonable, intelligent, that was providing a perspective that you don't really hear much in the mainstream these days. So I was really excited that you said yes. Haas, you want to tell everybody a little bit about yourself?
Haas, I'm a political streamer. I was formerly on Twitch. I got banned on Twitch because of my coverage of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. I stream Marxism-Leninism in the Age of Multipolarity, providing a perspective about, communism and Marxism-Leninism that is not coming from a traditionally American leftist perspective. My basic view is that communists in America have gotten it all wrong. They've translated the communists in Russia and China in the wrong way, and they're actually just liberals, right? So basically, that's what I do. I pretty much do debates, do some news coverage, and I also share my unique insights about theory.
Awesome. So I want to start off with like a question for myself while people are getting set up. Oh, and for the rest of you, if you haven't visited our Discord server for an AMA before, it's very simple. There's an AMA questions channel just above this voice channel. Stick your question in there. If you want to ask it yourself, if you want to debate Haas about anything, stick VC at the end of your question, and I'll unmute you so you can talk to them directly. So first question is from me. So I remember the first time I stumbled onto your videos, I feel like it was like a couple years ago now, maybe like a year and a half ago. And you were debating Vaush and Destiny. And it seemed like they weren't really taking you seriously. I watched both those debates. I think it was like the first time you spoke to either of them. And it seemed like they weren't taking you seriously at all. And it seemed like they were kind of dismissing you as, oh, this guy's a tanky, so, I don't really need to respond. I can just make a joke of it and just totally avoid all of the points he's making. And I think that kind of like led me to believe that you are, I think it gave me the impression that you're a really intelligent person. Right. Then I found out further that you're like in law school and that you've actually done a lot of reading and you're actually like really knowledgeable about this topic. And I've always wondered, like, what got you on this track? Like, how did you get into, because in our like modern, Western society, this is a pretty uncommon like line of thinking. How did you get there?
Well, at first, I didn't start off as a tanky, but I think I did start off as a leftist and a Marxist, right? And the reasons for that are kind of complicated, but I was in high school. I started off very young as a Marxist, probably like 12 years ago, pretty much. And eventually I got to a point of like kind of Marxist snobbery, right? Where, I was not a tanky. I thought, oh, that's just really unsophisticated. I was more into the kind of Western Marxist tradition, beginning with Adorno, the Frankfurt School, Lukács, and those people. And then I kind of moved on. Through people like Zizek, I got really into French theory, what people, usually call postmodernism. And I'm skipping a lot of things, but then eventually I kind of got my way into Landian accelerationism, more or less, in that whole milieu, right? And then from there, it's kind of like a full circle type of thing, and authors like Boris Groys were actually pretty instrumental in realizing this, as well as the fact that, China did have a special significance within the accelerationist crowd as well. I began to realize that, Western Marxists have gotten Marxism-Leninism wrong. They've gotten the Eastern communist experience completely wrong, and they've dismissed it for so long because, it didn't appear theoretically sophisticated or self-aware enough. Well, little did they know is that the language of Marxism-Leninism was not an academic theoretical language. It was a language forged through concrete and material experiences, which, from a materialist perspective, if you're a Marxist, that's going to be a level above the more kind of abstract academic stuff. So I began to reappreciate Marxism-Leninism specifically through, a Heideggerian lens. And the reason Heidegger is important is because Heidegger allows us to place primacy on some, primary reality of embeddedness and groundedness before before the use of kind of logocentric reason. So for me, I translated Eastern Marxism through that frame, and it became very clear to me that there is a bridge between Western Marxism and Marxism-Leninism that has never been crossed, and I wanted to help cross that bridge.
Awesome. Okay, so first question, and this is kind of a step on that bridge. For the uninitiated, this question is from Spectre. What is neo-Marxism?
I'm a bit dusty on the specific milieu or school that neo-Marxism is referring to. It does kind of sound familiar, but I'm not sure.
Well, why don't we? So what is you say you're a Marxist-Leninist though, not a neo-Marxist. So what is Marxist-Leninism?
Okay. I think for me, Marxism-Leninism was a specific regrounding of Marx's original insight. Because before then, there was something called Orthodox Marxism. What Orthodox Marxism tried to do is it tried to kind of make a dogma out of Marxist thinking and turn it into this kind of formula that can be applied everywhere, regardless of circumstances. And I would say most Marxists, especially Western Marxists, they are one way or another. They're Orthodox or they're classical Marxists, right? So Marxism-Leninism took Marxism and it completely rediscovered it in a new context, specifically the context of Russia. And it forced Marxism to, for the first time, acquire a national form, right? Marxism itself had never had a national form. The Communist Manifesto said communism should have a national form, but the theory itself was never developed in such a way that it itself would have a national form. What I mean by that is that, the Orthodox Marxists viewed the peasantry as backwards, and they viewed countries like Russia as they're not developed enough to have a revolution, yada, yada, yada. So the application of Marxism to a specific civilizational and national circumstances outside of the West basically meant that, a new significance of the peasantry is going to be had. The peasants, this notion of linear time according to which the West was the most advanced and these other countries were the least developed and least advanced kind of is being abandoned. And furthermore, the role of the party has changed. The view that, bourgeois democracy is more advanced than, these prior political forms, and that communists just have to tail behind the quote-unquote progressive movement of the democratic bourgeoisie. It's kind of like you see today in Marxists in America. They kind of tail behind the corporate liberal, progressive agenda. Well, Marxism-Leninism said, no, we're going to put an abrupt halt to that, and we are going to rediscover what Marxism is in a completely new context. A non-institutional context, I should add.
Awesome. So in the West, the first thing you tend to hear from people who hear that you're a tanky or a Marxist-Leninist or even a communist is this criticism. So I figured I'd give this person a chance to express it. Communists are scum. You ready to talk in BC? So it's all you.
Hello, Mr. Haas.
Go for it.
You hear me, all right? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. So 2 years ago, Destiny did a video about the Bolivia political crisis. And within the video, he said that platforming far leftists like yourself or communists or Marxist-Leninists who engage in historical revisionism is very similar, in fact, the same as platforming, say, Nick Fuentes, to do historical revisionism with Holocaust. Do you believe this is true?
I think there's two levels to this question. The first level is a descriptive one. So from a descriptive perspective, regardless of morality, it's not true, obviously, because the taboo around Nazi Germany and that kind of legacy is because of the post-war world order that was forged after World War II. And that world order was forged in part by the Soviet Union, which was a victor to World War II. So it's just not true from a descriptive perspective that it's the same thing. You know, this whatever you want to call it, this end of history for Fukuyama or whatever this new world order after World War II that had formed, according to which, the Nazis were the last stage of human barbarism. I mean, that was something that was constructed and shared by the Soviet Union. So this notion that there's just this one universal consensus and we cannot have any quote-unquote historical revisionism, well, it begs the question, why does the West have the lion's share of power in being able to set what the consensus on history is when, the West did not play more of a significant role in creating this post-war world order than the Soviet Union did? And the second part of this would be a kind of normative one. So my personal perspective on this, and I know people like Zizek have said, we should treat it like a red line and just simply not tolerate it. Well, I think from an official perspective, there should be, an official stance about these events. A commemoration of the victims of Nazism and a recognition of that and yada yada. But at the same time, I do think that the inability to debate about these things and the inability to actually, and this is just my personal opinion, I don't know I'm not Jewish, so maybe that makes me have less, I don't know how it works, privilege in being able to discuss this. But I do think that, there should be a way to debate about every and all things. I don't think anything should necessarily be taboo when it comes to understanding history or understanding things from a political perspective. Now, that being said, the more personal it gets, the more I think there should be taboos. Like, for example, I don't think there should be debates about age of consent laws and, about, bestiality and things like that from a cultural perspective. But I think, I'm confident enough in my understanding of that history, to be able to defend the view that, that the Nazis engaged in these crimes and so on. So, I that's my personal perspective. There's two layers to it, right? One is more official, it's at an institutional level. The other one is kind of, if you're a political streamer. And if it was up to me, as far as these big platforms were concerned, there would be no censorship on anything of a depersonalized, political, historical, whatever nature. Now, obviously, when you get more to, age of consent stuff or bestiality and incest, maybe I'm cool with pornography, maybe I'm cool with censorship. But when it comes to things of a more academic nature, and then this applies also to the, debates about racism and all that kind of stuff. I would prefer that these things could be debated in the open.
Okay.
Mr. Comments, that was it?
Just quickly one thing, right? What I was specifically going on about is that, for example, a lot of you commies have a very twisted reality on, say, American foreign policy. And I think Destiny was getting to the point that, similar to how Nick Fuentes has a very twisted reality on what the reality of the Holocaust was, for example, like coups done by the CIA, for example, that's what he was going to go about. Like Bolivia was like, everyone thinks the CIA had this huge presence within the 2019 Bolivian coup, but it actually wasn't. I think that's the point that Destiny was trying to go. Do you believe that? I think you definitely have a twisted.
Well, I can't speak for what Destiny said, but if you're accurately representing what he said, I just find that a little silly. Like, denying an atrocity against a people that were specifically targeted and exterminated. Even if it was true that the CIA wasn't involved in the Bolivia coup, which is not something I'm not convinced that they weren't involved. I don't know why it's being assumed they weren't. But even if I were to be convinced that the CIA wasn't involved, getting that wrong isn't the same thing as denying. It is though. Okay, because,
Because it's partisan hackery. That's what it is.
Okay, so it may be the same at the level of being incorrect, but the nature of what is being being inaccurately expressed is qualitatively different. The idea that saying that the CIA was behind the Bolivian coup is the same as Holocaust revisionism. I just find that really fucking stupid, to be honest.
It's the same. You're intentionally incorrect to fuel your political narrative, but it's fine.
Okay, again, I don't know how to break this down to you, but them just being incorrect for political purposes doesn't mean they're the same thing. Qualitatively, they're just not.
Okay, doesn't matter. All right, thank you, Dewey.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mr. Scum. Next up, we have, this is from Real Jit Turbo. I think he wants to speak in voice, so go for it.
What's up?
Hello?
What's up? So my question was, so obviously you're a Marxist-Leninist, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So what's your opinion on, mainly what I'm going for is Soviet and communist China famine? So your entire ideology is based around not getting enough food to people, because, if you look at any estimate, especially for the Great Chinese Famine, sorry, it's upwards of 30 million people. So what's your opinion on that?
Okay, I'll talk both about the famine of 32 and 33 in the Soviet Union, and also the famine resulting from the Great Leap Forward. So there's something called modernization that happens principally at the level of agriculture in history, right? And this is what has given birth to what we call modern industry. So this basic revolutionizing of agricultural production, or what they call the primary sphere of production, is actually something that has happened in every single country that has developed an independent base for industrialization or for modernization, be it in the form of just primitive accumulation, or reaching what actually only England really did at first, which was an independent form of industrial capitalism in the 19th century. So when you look at Portugal, when you look at the Dutch, when you look at the English especially, I mean, we really have to focus on the English here, all of them partook in this process of revolutionizing the base of production, whether that was within Europe or, more importantly, in the colonies abroad. And this disruption in the traditional way of growing food did produce an unmitigated, not just famine, but social, cultural, political, just absolute disaster for all parties involved. The amount of famines that occurred across the history of Europe as it was experiencing this tumultuous process of the development we call early modernity, and then the legacy of colonialism. I mean, the scale of the disaster was much more drawn out, was much more savage and brutal and dehumanizing, and I would argue had a much higher death toll. Now, when it comes to the famines that were experienced in the Soviet Union and China, you said that they didn't achieve the basic goal of feeding people. Well, for the short years, or a year, in which the famines were occurring, that's true. But that was condensed into a very short period. And yeah, I mean, there were many victims, but this was a disaster that accompanied this revolutionizing of the agricultural base without any foreign investment to help, without any foreign capital investment, to help them along. They completely, from scratch, revolutionized their base of production so that they could actually form an independent economic base rather than kind of be slaves to England. Because the rest of the world kind of, it all goes back to the, Anglo-Saxon financial capitalist center, the City of London or Wall Street. You're going to have to go through that after the post-war period, at least, if you want to develop your country, the World Bank and the IMF and yada, yada, yada. So if you want to develop your own independent economic base, historically that had led in the two times that it happened. There could be more instances, but, I don't recall any in which that has happened. It led to a disaster. Now the optimistic thing is that you can learn from the mistakes of that, specifically the Great Leap Forward. And now China is offering a model of development that actually won't require countries to just from scratch completely build up their own industrial base. Countries can now take advantage of the differing developmental levels between themselves and China, through trade. So China has a model for investing in countries and helping develop countries without, and so this need of doing what China or the Soviet Union did, I think, is gone. I think there can be actually a non-exploitative, win-win cooperation, the Belt and Road Initiative, so that these underdeveloped countries can modernize without having to risk, causing damage to this highly sensitive agricultural base. But I mean, it's not communism which was the problem. It was modernization, because you have to understand, people have for hundreds of years, if not thousands, they have a specific way of life for growing food agriculturally. It's a non-modern way. So standardizing that and forcing that to produce the necessary surpluses that will allow for modernization is an extremely violent disruption and discontinuity from that traditional way of life.
Mr. JD, you there?
Oh yeah, that's it for my question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we've got Yeezus. Yeezus had a question. Whenever you're ready, mister. Are you there? I guess he doesn't want to. I'll ask a question for him. The question was, why do you hate individuality? Which I was hoping he would expand upon in voice chat. It seems like he's
I think I can roughly get where he's coming from, because I've critiqued individualism before. I don't hate individuality, but I do have this problem that we can like legislate our social reality based on something an individual pulls out of thin air. What I mean by that is that, like, I don't like this idea that individuals should be abstracted from their communities to such a point where they deny their communal, social, national, whatever civilizational realities, and just decide, oh yeah, I'm going to ignore my father, my forefathers, my ancestors, and just decide that, I'm going to decide what gender is. I'm going to decide what sexuality is. I'm going to decide what, those are actually probably the main ones, but I'm going to decide what it means to be, like, a man, all these kinds of things. I just think that there is a communal reality that we are embedded within before we can develop as an individual, and we have to acknowledge that. So I just don't like abstract individualism. But I don't have a problem with individuality. I think individuals should utilize the fullest extent of their individuality. But that is not possible without acknowledging, where your individuality comes from, or what it is individuated from, I should add.
awesome. Okay. Well, Yeezus, I hope that answered your question. Tank, you're up next. Go for it.
What's up, guys?
Oh God, your audio is terrible.
What?
Yeah, you got to fix your audio. Sorry. Yeah, you sound like you are like inside your microphone. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so while Tank is figuring that out, we will go to Savist Connaught. I don't know how to explain that. Savist Connaught, whenever you're ready. You got a question on Rousseau's social contract theory.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask, with regards to Rousseau and his formulation on the social contract, how important do you think it is in the modern day that countries like China and the United States place their very existence and being on maintaining people's happiness with the state? And do you think sometimes this is a detriment to the state? For example, in Spain, when it comes to the way that Spain operates by giving pensions to the elderly, which negatively impacts the young. in order to keep in most in this social contract? Like, do you have any criticisms of the theory of the social contract, and what can these modern states do?
I think the social contract is more of a description. Now, without getting too much into the weeds of Rousseau's specific theory, because it is a specific one, just to speak on what you're referring to, I think the social contract primarily takes economic form, not in the form of welfare, actually, but in the form of a way of life that the state somehow guarantees, or at least acts as a warden in relation to. So this was very important for the social stability and cohesion, and actually political stability is more important. For example, the post-war United States, ensuring that people, out of high school could have a white picket fence house and a car and a good-paying job and be able to raise a family. That was pretty much the implicit social contract between the American masses and the American state, right? It's not so much just giving pensions or giving welfare. I guess Social Security is part of that. But it's about ensuring a basic, stable way of life, right? That will ensure the loyalty of the population to the state. Now, states usually engage in land reform to do this. Sometimes it fails, like the Shah of Iran, who tried his white revolution to, carry out a land reform to ensure a loyal base. It failed. Stolypian reforms in Russia under the Tsar were an example of this that also failed. But in general, when you're looking at quote-unquote democratic or communist states, you do usually see success here. That in China, the land reform that first occurred was a form of the success of that. I would argue that under Deng Xiaoping, the family farming that was promoted after the reform and opening up was also an evolution of this. And now under Xi Jinping, you are seeing a step even further, where the social contract is now taking the form of the Chinese dream. And as they want to revolutionize their farming methods to a more large-scale industrial agriculture, they're starting to give people apartments, with their poverty alleviation, communities and apartments, and yada, yada, yada. So, I think China will prove to be more resilient than the United States in terms of upholding that social contract. I think right now the political crisis we're facing here in the U.S. is that the state does not know how to fulfill its end of the bargain since the post-war era. Like, we're facing this fourth industrial revolution. Trump was a manifestation of the grievances of the people who want those jobs back and want that way of life to return. That completely failed. It's aggravating, especially under Biden. And I think the reason is because the American state is not constructed in such a way so as to shape the economy in the image of its people. I think it's constructed in such a way so as to fulfill the interests of a minority of, financial elites, and it'll throw breadcrumbs at the people when it has to. I just think that the breadcrumbs are kind of running out at this point.
Was that it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I gotta say, Jose, maybe they're like intimidated or something. But the last handful of people were very critical of you in chat. And as soon as I got them in here, they're all like, rainbows and quivers. I don't know. Maybe they're just not ready to sit in front of the con of the tankies.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I'm very used to. So
yeah,
it's no problem.
Okay, this next guy, he says he's not afraid of you, Mr. Prince of Lebanon. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so I know you like talking in circles and not saying anything, but first of all, I want to know when I'm going to get my $50 for destroying you, the British Empire. And second, I want to know why you attack Palestinians and you don't defend Russia on your channel.
Okay, you want $50 for what?
Oh, remember when we debated and you didn't give me my $50? Remember that?
Over what?
Over the British Empire controlling America.
I don't remember debating you, but I'm pretty sure you lost that debate.
Yo, where's my money, you little bitch?
Okay, yeah, this. Actually, I do remember you. You're the kid, so you're like 15 years old.
Yeah, what's good? What's up?
Okay, well, you are a child. I'll call your parents and see if your parents can give you $50.
Haz, you want to keep pivoting? Or you want to go down to substance?
Okay, let's go to the substance.
So, explain to me how the British Empire controls America. Go ahead.
Okay, well, what I specifically said, actually, was that the British had a huge role in shaping the American deep state through the OSS, basically completely shaping the CIA. There was a fusion also in terms of finance with the City of London, where the American elites basically fled to the city of London for the offshore havens with which they were going to bury.
Oh, you're
their
gonna keep
wealth.
monologuing? Why don't you explain it?
Okay, what answer would be satisfactory to you?
First of all, you criticize the British Empire.
Actually,
What's wrong with the British
remember this
Empire?
debate. I do
No,
remember
shut
this-
the fuck up, little bitch.
I
Shut
do-
up.
I do
What's
remember
wrong
this
with the British
debate, actually.
Empire?
So I do
Go
remember
ahead.
this debate. I kept telling you that I never said they directly controlled it in terms of like.
No, you said they
politically-
control the systems, the institutions.
I said structurally there was.
The structurally institution, bro. You're pivoting like a
That's
bitch, bro. You're
what I
trying to do
said.
semantics.
Yeah,
Why are
I
you playing
said
semantics,
structurally.
Haas?
Okay,
Oh,
I think,
this is structurally.
I think you're a little too butthurt and excited.
Oh, who's butthurt? Where's my money?
So
Where's my
basically,
money?
this is what we're dealing with. You are like a 15-year-old kid who's super excited to get on VC and talk to like
Yeah.
a semi-famous guy. So you're too enthusiastic.
Semi-famous. Your channel's famous. Jackson Hinkle surpassed you.
Okay,
Jackson Hinkle completely surpassed you.
Okay, your heart is racing right now.
Jackson Hinkle's channel's
your
5 times
heart
bigger than
is
yours,
racing,
you little
so you're
bitch.
just your heart is racing. You're completely terrified of being.
You have nothing to
humiliated.
say, bro. You're getting crushed. Let me ask you this question. What's wrong with the British Empire? What's wrong with it? Go ahead.
What do you mean? What's wrong with it?
What is wrong with the British Empire? The British Empire was the most beautiful thing to ever happen
No, it's a okay.
on the world history.
Okay, well, why was it the most beautiful thing to happen in world history?
Because it unified people and it built trade systems, economic
It actually
systems,
didn't unify people.
The Queen
It
was
did
the
not
greatest
unify
person
people.
to ever live
The British
ever.
Empire.
The Queen saved the world.
Okay, the British Empire divided people so severely that to this day there are artificially created ethnic and national divisions that did not exist prior
Because
to
it
the
broke
meddling of the
up.
British.
It broke up, that's
it's
why.
because the British. Okay, who basically coined or was most famous for instrumentalizing the strategy of divide and conquer? Do you know which empire was most famous for instrumentalizing that strategy in the early modern
The British
period?
Empire.
That's
the
correct.
British Empire.
So they're literally known for dividing people as the basis
to
of
unite
ruling.
them. Divide and
No,
conquer.
they're not uniting anyone. They're just
They are. Now
dividing
they're conquered
people.
by the British Empire. Long live the Queen. What's wrong with the Queen? Go ahead.
First of all, the Queen is a puppet of Parliament ever since the Glorious Revolution. Do you not know your history?
Oh wow! So the Queen didn't save India, really?
So the Queen is basically a symbol of the private elite, ruling class interests of the
We
British.
need a ruling class. We need a ruling class. What's wrong with the ruling class?
Okay,
We need to unite people. We need a
if you could-
dictatorship.
even
We
if you
don't
could
need
con-
democracy. Your Western democracy can't even pass an infrastructure bill. You can't even pass a healthcare bill. Dictatorships work, monarchies work, and uniting people works.
Well, actually, Britain is none of those things. It's
And
not
China
open
does the same
dictatorship.
thing. China doesn't use democracy. They just do shit when they want to.
So I don't think you want an AMA. I think you just want to hear yourself talk. Because every time I try to respond to anything
Are
you're
you
saying,
running?
you immediately
ahead.
cut me off.
You can run. Go ahead.
Okay,
Well,
so
Mr. Prince, like if you can ask a question, you have to let him respond to it, right?
All right, let him get a word out.
okay, so first of all, the British do not rule in the form of an open dictatorship. Even if you were right about all the things you said about democracy, that is not actually the reason why the British elites exist. They exist because they're a handful of thieves and plunderers who got their wealth by robbery
go.
and piracy, basically. And you are just being a cuck who's like retroactively trying to justify or rationalize the power that they have. I mean, if you were so correct about the fact that, oh yeah, we need a benevolent elite and we need a dictatorship, you would think that like there would be a deliberate design of like establishing some kind of accountable open system in order to enshrine that reasoning you have openly. That's not the case. You're just pretty much a cuck who's kind of retroactively
Did the Mongols
rationalizing.
conquer things? Did the Mongols steal land and kill people?
Actually, the Mongols only conquered land in the same spirit and tradition of the victims got. So basically, there was no such thing as the modern kind of sovereign territories or borders that exist today. What the Mongols basically did was they conquered by the very same sword that their victims ruled by. So that's why the Mongols were able to establish.
Sovereignty doesn't exist. Sovereignty is only depending on if you can defend it. And the British Empire had the right to liberate that land if they had the right to fight it.
I don't think you know what sovereignty is. And by the way, talking about whether the British were like morally justified in doing what they're doing is fucking stupid, because the question
Why?
is being able to arrive at an accurate description of the history. You can't go back and change the history of what the British did. All you can do is point out the differences between the British, method of conquest or the British system and the Mongol one, right? Which is
Wrong.
something we could do. But it seems like you're more interested in trying to polish the ball sack of some like Lord,
So let me ask you,
Lord
why didn't
Fart-
my country not deserve colonization? Why did we deserve not to be colonized? Let me ask that.
Yeah, I mean, again, the whole question is posed wrongly. It's not a descriptive question. What is the practical relevance of your question?
The practical relevance is that is colonization something that can be justified? And
Okay,
the answer
what
is
is your country?
yes.
What is your country?
Read my name.
Okay, Lebanon. Okay, so I'll tell you this. Okay,
The French Empire.
So regardless of what argument or conclusion you come to on Discord, the French can go to Lebanon and try to recolonize it and just see what happens. Okay.
I want that to happen.
Well, I don't
want that
think
to
I don't
happen.
think it'll turn out very well for them. I think that the French.
Oh, what is Lebanon right now? We need to be civilized because the countries are going to waste.
Well,
There's
good luck.
explosions,
All I have to
destruction.
tell you, is good luck. See if the Sayed will tolerate that, and good luck. I mean,
I
that's
accept
all
your
I can tell you.
defeat. I accept your defeat.
Well,
Okay,
no, I think the only defeat.
You can only surrender, my son. You can only surrender.
Yeah, I think the only surrendering that would happen in that scenario would be the French against Hezbollah. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Prince of Lebanon. Okay. So I'm glad you guys found your testicles. That was really interesting. The next one, we're gonna try this guy again because I'm stupid. Tank, go for it.
Has, is it better now? Is it better?
Yeah, there's an echo, but it's way better. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. I deeply apologize. I did not mean to threaten you or whatever. I just meant to say that I was in New York. I think we have some kind of appointment. I'm not sure. You could help me on that. But my question here to you is, I don't know if you have heard about this term. I think it's called labor aristocracy, or I don't know. I've heard it somewhere. What are your thoughts in it? I would like to know.
Sure. Yeah, I've had some passionate debaters about this very topic, but which coincidentally you share the name with. But I can actually speak to this. I think that Lenin's labor aristocracy has been deeply misunderstood. So usually people think that Lenin was referring to the relative privilege and decent way of life that was enjoyed by the American working class after the post-war period. I don't think that was what the labor aristocracy was, at least as Lenin was referring to it. Lenin was referring to a top-down stratum, not something that was just existing at the root, the soil of the people, but a bureaucratic, very professionalized, very institutionalized stratum of the working class that exists at the top, the union leaders, the bureaucracy, and so on, and as well as this kind of the people who were closest in proximity to that at the very top. So I think in continuity with the labor aristocracy, the closest thing you're going to get to that today is something that's commonly called the professional managerial class, which is a term that was coined by Barbara whatever her name is, Einenreich. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. But, basically, professionals, kind of, tech workers and people more urban, kind of hipster, whatever, craft brewery, kind of, that more is what we're getting at in terms of a labor aristocracy. And it makes sense politically too, because this class or this stratum in society happens to be the one that is, the most on board with whatever the latest corporate agenda is or the Democrat agenda is. So yeah, I think the labor aristocracy is basically, more closer to the professional managerial class is what I would say.
But don't you agree that every white person in America is part of the labor aristocracy? They are all white settlers and all that?
No, I don't agree with that.
Oh my god. That was all. That was all. That's such a revisionism. I can't believe this.
Thank you, Tank. Next up we have where are you? There you are. Okay, so next up we've got this guy, Russian nationalist. Go for it. Any minute now. No, I guess not. Okay, guess we're skipping it. We'll come back. We're going to Sir Conhorlio. It's a terrible name. Okay, go for it.
It's a great name. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, go.
It's a fucking amazing name. Anyway, so I wanted to hear your take on the whole Russia-Ukraine war. Do you feel that Russia was justified to attack Ukraine?
I'm on YouTube right now, so I'm gonna mute my YouTube. So give me a second.
Sure. from
Okay.
Right now, okay, we've moved past that topic.
Yeah, and so you guys didn't hear what Haas said, but everything he said was objectively correct and based. So the next question is going to be from we're gonna go with this dude, Russian nationalist, who tried to ask a question earlier. I didn't realize it was a text question, so I'm just gonna read it off for him. Actually, it's related to the same thing. Okay, never mind. I've got another one then. The question is going to be from me. The question is, so what are the most common criticisms of tankies, quote unquote, that you hear from people who consider themselves to be liberal? Is it, hey, everywhere these ideologies have been tried, you've had thousands, hundreds of thousands, or millions of people die. Why should we believe that the ideology itself isn't tainted? And why should we believe that if you were to try to enact this again, it wouldn't again lead to, hundreds of thousands of people dying?
I don't think there's any way to guarantee that, but what I will say is that I do think that that violence is inevitable either way, because the state, and these very large states, I should add, that have emerged in the modern era, have as their foundation an immense level of violence and turmoil. I mean, in the United States alone, the possibility has reared itself of another civil war, I think, right? I don't think that's too far-fetched to be considering at this point. So I just think that modern history is very violent and ugly, and sometimes it's senselessly violent and ugly, like things like the Rwandan genocide and various conflicts in the Middle East that occur. And sometimes that violence is under, it's accompanied by, a genuine, vision to build a state or some lasting civilization that reflects the interests and serve the interests of its people. So, I'm not denying that Marxism-Leninism or communism and its history is immensely violent, but I just question the idea that, that violence is avoidable if it's going to happen. Now, I think as much violence as possible to be avoided, right? is preferable, unless you're a psychopath, right? And I don't think any violence should ever occur for the sake of an ideology, just to be clear. But I do think that there are these fundamental antagonisms and contradictions, regardless of the ideology that gives expression to them, whether it's the class conflict, it's national conflicts, whatever you want to call it. There's something fundamentally antagonistic about the current states, especially in the West. So I think the question is, how do we respond to those? How do we make sense of those? And communism has been usually a very common way of doing that, or Marxism. Maybe not in the West, but in the East at least. So yeah, it's not that I think that all this violence is justified because we're making a utopia. It's more how much of that kind of violence is part of the process of what we call modernization.
Right. So, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but your perspective is that, if we were to compare it to the way that current civilizations have formed, right? Whether it's the United States or the UK or Germany or Israel, whatever. So the idea that I think you're putting forward is that people tend to forget all the violence that happened in constructing those societies, right? In uniting people, whether it's disparate tribes or different states, etc., around an idea, around a government, and then forcing them to adopt these ideas in this form of government, right? So there's violent kind of intrinsic to the process, right? Just because people are going to disagree, people are going to resist, people are going to have other ideas that they also want to enforce using violence, right? So you might need to fight to get to your vision, right? But this doesn't mean that the fighting is in itself bad. It just means that this might be part of the process, and you should accept that, basically. Right?
Yeah, more or less, with the one exception that, it's not so much about the vision as much as it is, for example, for the Chinese, for their civil war, they weren't really just saying, oh yeah, we have a vision we want to fulfill. It was more kind of like, we can resist the Japanese the best. We can resist the foreign imperialists the best way. So I think the one caveat I would add to what you said is just that it's not so much about fulfilling some abstract ideology or vision. It's about giving concrete articulation to the reality of your people in a specific and, yes, antagonistic way, inevitably antagonistic way. I think, what I mean to say is I don't really think it's about ideology. I think that these differences exist in reality, right? I think that if a people, for example, the best example would probably be things like the American War of Independence. If people come and decide that they want to be free, or they want to be sovereign, or, they want to form a republic or overthrow a monarchy of some kind, not to fulfill an ideology specifically, but just to kind of create a state that reflects their reality that already exists. I think that's already taking a stand. If you're resisting a foreign invader, if you're liberating your people somehow, and I don't agree. Many Western communists have this idea that we're going to have a revolution and all this violence just for this end goal of realizing this specific type of society. And I think that's totally wrong. I think that revolutions and civil wars and wars have not happened in communist states to fulfill ideas. They've happened according to the already existing realities they've inherited, right? The revolutions were necessary because, a constitution was being already overturned. There was a need for all power to the Soviets, something that already existed in Russia at the time. It wasn't created by the Bolsheviks. So, I mean, that's in the Chinese, they're resisting the Japanese, foreign aggression. So I think it's things like that,
Okay, that makes sense. Next question is from Hacker. Hacker, whenever you're ready.
Well, am I on now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So, Haz, I'm pretty sure you are a communist. So, are you pro-statelessness? Exclusively in the end goal, because both Marx and Engels defined communism as a stateless society, because states were objectively, committees for the ruling classes. So, at least in the end, are you pro-statelessness?
I mean, abstractly, yes, but I think some context is necessary, right? The modern state, which Marx and Engels viewed as the culmination of the state proper that began in ancient Greece. Because remember, for them, history begins ancient Greece, and basically Asia falls asleep during this whole time and doesn't really undergo any real evolution. So the development of the state culminates into the modern state. And the state is an institution which abstractly represents the people, right, in a universal sense. At the same time, this representation is abstract and it's in contradiction to the actual people and their actual reality. Not just because it's, it's a universal common interest as opposed to an individual one, but because it exists in the form of an abstract institution. So I do think that state, yes, the development of that state to its highest conclusion through the proletarian dictatorship is that it will dissolve. But I disagree that it's going to dissolve by just, having this kind of chaotic society where everything is locally and I think that the ability for people to represent themselves at a common, universal level, right, which is yes, abstracted from the locality, that will remain. That will remain. But what will disappear is the institution that opposes itself to the reality of the people rather than reflect that reality. And I don't think that I don't think it's going to happen in the form of it's just gonna be lawlessness or somehow it's just gonna be abolished. I kind of agree with what Stalin said. The state will be dissolved in the process of strengthening it to an unprecedented degree in dialectical terms, to the point where it becomes superfluous and no longer even necessary to acknowledge as a completely separate institution, apart from the general interest of society. So the idea is basically that the interests of the state and society will kind of organically
The Anglo box
fuse
is
together.
crumbling.
And
Infrared is rising.
That's basically the idea.
Yeah, because a lot of these anarchists think that, exclusively mutual aid is going to solve the problem of us getting to a communist society. And I don't see how, without any effort of centralization whatsoever, you're going to have a full communism immediately. But obviously, you agree that there necessarily needs to be some sort of transitory socialist state, correct?
Oh yeah, I mean even more. It's that how does the state dissolve? It doesn't dissolve because we decide, okay, we're just going to make it disappear. It dissolves through its own development. You take the state to its own further conclusion. You develop it to along the path of its own destiny, basically. And the result, according to Marx and Engels, is that it will just become superfluous. It'll dissolve as a separate institution.
All right. Well, fantastic talking to you. Thank you, Doobie.
Great. Thank you, Hacker. Okay, next up, we've got a question from Sugar Tits. They want me to read out this question, actually. Well, no, actually, it's not. It's from House Sucks. I forgot about you, House Sucks. Okay. You're on me to go for it.
Thank you. Haas, I'm going to be honest. I don't know too much about you. I always hear people talk about you. As someone who, has done streaming, done a lot of these types of talks and debates, and has made a good amount of money off of this. Well, not a good amount, but made a decent amount of money and somewhat turned this into a way of living. Do you think you're kind of on a high horse to talk about communism and your beliefs in this way, but you don't really preach it, or you don't really practice it, you just preach it more or less?
Yes, but only insofar as I have not been successful enough. So I think that in order to practice what I preach, I need to turn Infrared into a huge multimedia corporation that's net worth tens of millions of dollars, expanding across the country, basically becoming a huge media mega corporation that will be the solid base or kind of interface of a political party or a political movement that it could direct its effort in. So yeah, I tell myself that every time I wake up. I am not successful as I should be. But beyond that, no, I think, yeah, I mean, right now I'm just pretty much at the level of subsistence. When I mean by subsistence, I don't mean just survival. I'm basically supporting my own life right now. But I think I have to get to a level where I can expand this and, have, a studio and have people who work for this and employees and, things like that, expanding outward. So
someone who you seem very, very heavy into this communist belief, yet you still live in a capitalistic society with a lot of values that are anti-communism. in the sense of freedom of speech. I mean, what countries have you seen historically and in present times that have actually worked off of a communist government? I mean, there's really no evidence of any communism working in any country.
Yeah, I mean, besides China, which is like the world's ascendant power, right? And it's actually
But they
overtaken.
still follow capitalism. They're
But it kind of
still follow the
so
capitalistic
I
view.
want to clarify where you're coming from, because you mentioned freedom of speech, which is like a political thing, not an economic thing. So do you mean politics or do you mean economics? Like, what are you getting at?
Well, a mix of both. Just like communism as a whole, because it's not just political, it also is economical.
Okay.
Because it's the people who are supposed to control the money and the government.
Okay, so you're saying China's capitalist, right? Even though it doesn't have, the thing you were talking about, which is complete free speech and all that. So I'm just a little bit confused about where you're getting at. I mean, you talk about, I live in a capitalist society that doesn't reflect my values. Well, like I'm a materialist, right? Marxism is about materialism. It's not about this like idealistic view, or I'm going to have these moral values that I'm going to apply to society. It's a materialism according to which, you're trying to scientifically understand, and through that understanding apply it into practice, the reality that exists now, not some, contrived values you pull out of your ass or something. Then you also said, you're taking advantage of the freedom of speech offered to you by the West. This is the second thing, and there's a third question I got from you, and I'm going to answer that. So the second thing is, like, you're taking advantage of the freedom of speech. And all I would say is that if the West dropped its pretenses to being like the liberal democracies of the world, I don't think they would be sustainable. Like, just imagine it. Imagine if Joseph Biden or the Democrats or, the Tory party, the Labour Party in Britain, or Justin Trudeau in Canada. Imagine if they dropped all pretenses and said, guys, we're dropping the democracy pretenses, we're just going to be a dictatorship. No one would tolerate that, because we have a very shitty system which almost openly is rigged to serve the interests of a minority of the ruling class. It's not, on a lower level, it's not quite like aesthetically promising. It doesn't offer like this bold ideological vision that's going to enthrall people's consciousness and devote loyalties, or anything. So if they stopped being a liberal democracy here, they wouldn't survive. So I would just want to call your bluff. By all means, eliminate your freedom of speech in America. Eliminate all those things and see how long your state is going to last. It's going to be overthrown and toppled and replaced by another one fairly quickly, I would argue. I mean, it's just nobody would want to live under that. Now, the third thing...
sorry, keep going.
So yeah, the reason China can get away with not being a liberal democracy is because China has a consistent state forged on a completely different model of political governance. It has a specific social contract with its people that they've come to an understanding with each other about. And it's also delivered on its results of both effective governance and improving the welfare of its people, and improving the population of people, as well as having an ideology and having some promising, sense of purpose and meaning it gives to its people. With all things that are lacking in the liberal West. So the third thing you said, finally, is name a single successful communist state. I think almost all communist states were successful. Were they successful in establishing a great light consumer economy with various luxuries and iPhones and things like that? No, but that's not where they were starting out from. They were starting out from extremely backward, kind of agrarian, pre-modern relations of not only subsistence, like the bare subsistence, but also, at the mercy of nature. If there's a drought, there's going to be a famine, plenty of people are going to die. Slavery, starvation, pauperism, whatever you want to call it, right? And communism came and it gave people, running water and electricity and healthcare and baseline jobs and basic access to culture, basic access to literature, literacy, right? Education, engineering, the very basics that are necessary for a modern industrial society. And it did so in a manner far more effectively and with far less of a human toll than 19th century English industrial capitalism did for its time. Now, the metric of success that came later, which was about this development of a light consumer kind of information age society, you're right, most communist states did not succeed in adjusting to that. They kind of accomplished what they set out to with a very crude primary political and economic system and they didn't know how to evolve into the next era. Well, China did, and now you say China's capitalist, and I would contest that view. China's not capitalist. All the land is owned by the state in China. The state-owned enterprises dominate the Chinese economy still, and China still has 5-year plans where, it controls its economy to an even greater degree than it did before. Just because it has allowed for the market to have a role in shaping the economy doesn't mean that the basic parameters of exchange are not still determined by the state according to a definite plan. So
okay, so you said two things I kind of want to hit on. You said first they have a very good understanding of the contract between the government and people, yet they're one of the few superpower countries that still allow slavery. Second, China also right now is going through a huge economic failure, as in other countries, but right now with their infrastructure and building, which is 30% of their GDP, which is causing riots, as everybody in this Discord knows, and they're trying to suppress these riots, trying to suppress it from the media and from other countries. So if they have such a good understanding, why is there such dispute right now in the country, and why are they still allowing slavery?
So to answer your question, I think the problem here is you've gotten all the facts wrong. China doesn't allow slavery, and no, you're wrong. The Chinese economy is not failing whatsoever.
What? So you're telling me right now that one of China's biggest infrastructure or building companies did not go under for billions of dollars, that they're not thinking about putting trillions of dollars into all these other companies where people have stopped paying their mortgages on houses that weren't built. Second of all, Nike has not been caught. China's not
experiencing a housing-based market crash. People are predicting the crash of the Chinese economy for 3 decades now. It hasn't happened. It's not going to happen this time either.
Okay,
because the Chinese.
I knew you were special needs, bro. Put your helmet on.
Okay,
this guy's.
I think you should put your helmet on because you're trying to apply.
Bro, you're such a dumb fucking.
Okay. Hey, how about this, little bitch? How about this?
Shut up.
So how long does it have to take? How long? Hey, little bitch. How long do you want? No. I will put money on this. I will put money. No. We can put money on this, you dumb little bitch. So wait, how long do you want? 1 or 2 years for the Chinese economy to collapse? How long do you think this has to take?
Bro, I'll put $50 right now. Everybody can hear this. Everybody.
No. We're not putting 50. We're not putting 50. Since you've come at me with so much. Since you've come at me with so much fucking energy, let's put $5,000 on this. $5,000. $5,000. If the Chinese economy collapses within the year, or within 1 year, however you want it long, I will give you $5,000.
Wait. You have $5,000, but you're living a sustained life. Just living right now off of capitalism. But yeah, you have $5,000 to bet on this. But you're living just bare minimum. You're living just what you need with right now. That contradicts your fucking
when did I say that? I expressly No. Okay, you know what? This retard is too excited. Hey, retard. I expressly conditioned my statement of subsistence as in not in terms of bare survival, but just in terms of supporting my way of life. If my way of life includes having $5,000 in the bank that I've saved up, that's beyond the fucking point. I still don't have enough to expand. I didn't fucking say I was living off of the bare minimum. I said the exact opposite, you dumb bitch. When I fucking said I'm living the bare minimum? I didn't fucking say that. You see, you run your fucking mouth just like how you talk about China without doing any investigation, without caring to pay attention to any of the fucking details. Why? Because you're mentally retarded. You're a simpleton. You're even less than a midwit. At least a midwit can actually muster the ability to pretend to be smart. You are actually a fucking dumbass who can't even manage to do that. All you can really do is run your mouth and sound like a dumb bitch.
I am wrong about the GDP. That
you are wrong.
Of the GDP
you are wrong.
Does not come from infrastructure. That they are not having riots right now. That people are not paying mortgages.
Why does China's GDP come in? Why is it a problem? No, they're not. First of all, you're wrong on all counts. You're wrong on all counts.
Tell me, you dumb fucking human.
You're wrong on all counts. You fucking pussy. You're soying out. You're soying out squealing. You're soying out squealing. You're wrong on all counts. There are not widespread riots in China right now. And even if China's GDP, 30% of it's based on infrastructure, why the fuck does that entail China's economy is going to collapse? It sounds to me that they're going to keep developing their economy, keep building a real fucking economy instead of a fucking speculative financial capitalism you have in the fucking West. They're going to keep building infrastructure. They're going to expand it globally with the Belt and Road Initiative. I think that's a pretty fair deal. I think it's a pretty fair future they have ahead of themselves. I have no fucking idea why it's going to fucking entail their economy is going to collapse.
Hey, bro.
Like you think an economy is more sustainable when it prints money it pulls out of its ass and just throws it at the economy, as opposed to a fucking economy, as opposed to a fucking economy that's based on producing and building physical, real things? You think there's even a fucking competition here? You actually think that China's gonna collapse because 30% of its GDP is based on building real, long-lasting physical things that are necessary to facilitate any economy, yet the United States and the West is fine, even though their economies are based on printing fucking valueless credit that's backed by nothing? What a stupid fucking thing to say.
No,
we have a dwindling manufacturing base.
You're right.
We have a dwindling manufacturing base. We don't have any fucking actual substantive base of our fucking economy anymore. It's completely based on credit and speculation and thin air. And that you are here talking about how China's economy is about to collapse. All these Western analysts and people have predicted the collapse of the Chinese economy for like 4 decades now because they don't fucking understand how it works. They apply the logic of how they understand their own economies to China's, just like how they thought China's economy was going to collapse in 2008, when China is single-handedly responsible for the global GDP economic growth since 2008, bailed out the entire world, bailed out America, because guess what? The Chinese government actively intervenes in its economy, doesn't let profits stay in command to fucking drive it into a hole. Even when profits are low, the government can come in and rescue it. Why? Because China is not a capitalist system. It's a socialist system that believes...
They're a state capitalist. State capitalist. What do you
mean? You can call it whatever you want. But
what do you mean?
You can call it whatever you want. But the Chinese don't get scared by symbols and dollar signs and currency. They care about real meat and potatoes substance. They care about the real meat and potato substance.
I'll say this right now. I agree. Right now, the West is bad because we have a retarded human being as president who printed 88% of our money in the last 2 years. I'll agree with that. No debate there. You're right. We also have a retarded president. That's a big factor. Second of all, if you're going to tell me that right now they are not having riots, that are not being suppressed by all, and this is not just the U.S., this is not
talking about the Evergreen Bank. So the Evergreen Bank is an example of the Chinese people came out and protest over, and protests are very common in China. I don't know why you think that China protesting is not allowed. It's very common in China. And those protests specifically, I know people on the ground in China, and you don't have to take it from me, just look it up. They are not protesting against the central government. They're protesting against what they consider to be a corrupt local government. And this is a dynamic that's very common in China. Xi Jinping's presidency has been defined by a huge anti-corruption campaign where he's clamping down on these more corrupt lower officials, on behalf of the Chinese people. So the Evergreen Bank protesters were appealing to the Beijing government to step in and, and bring in justice. And they have the right to do that in China.
Can I ask you how many banks were in this little scandal? Do you know how many banks were in this scandal? Because I just want to know how much you know about this.
Not enough to destroy the Chinese economy.
So shut the fuck up, Haas. Good talking to you.
Okay, well, I hope you got that off your chest.
Wait, can we just get clarification? So Haas sucks, the guy you were talking
What's up,
to.
sweet cheeks?
So are you willing to bet $5,000 that the Chinese economy will collapse within a year?
I don't have that cash, bro. I wish I did.
However much money you have,
right?
I'll bet 500 without a doubt.
Okay, let's do it. $500, easy.
How many years?
How much you want?
Everybody clip this.
How many years?
I'll say China's economy. I'll go 2 years.
Okay,
$500. Anybody
perfect.
clip this?
Okay, but can we do it inflation adjusted if it's going to be U.S. dollars? Just to be clear.
It's up to you. Well, I have a question.
Yeah,
Why haven't you moved to China? I have a question. Why haven't you moved to China if you are so passionate about?
Because my passion for China only extends as far as how much I believe we could learn from China to fix some of our problems here. I'm still an American. I'm an American patriot. I believe in America. I just think that we need to learn from other people's success. I'm not saying to emulate China and replicate it. We're still Americans. We have our own system. We have our own values. For example, Americans believe in things like free speech. We believe in, more of a kind of homestead, kind of independence people have, less collectivistic. I get that. But there's a lot of things the Chinese government does right. It has a state bank instead of a Federal Reserve. It focuses on infrastructure, building infrastructure, focuses and prioritizes on building real things, and it's not in the pocket of a handful of financial elites and bankers and shit. So yeah, I mean, I just think there's a lot of things we could learn from China.
I got one last question before I go because I got to go to work. Do you deny the Uyghur genocide? I don't know how you pronounce this. UYGH.
So I'm gonna mute my YouTube for 1 second.
You have a good day, bro.
Okay.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Houseox. Next up, we have let's see. I think I promised Sugar Tits I'd ask a question. So Sugar Tits' question is, do you recognize that capitalism encourages a heteronormative society through its meritocratic structure, and that queerness encourages a shift to socialism and is actually not a product of capitalism or liberal corporation?
I would argue the exact opposite is true. Capitalism does not promote true heterogeneity because heterogeneity requires an acknowledgement of a material base, specifically first of the people, but also, of labor specifically as in command as opposed to profit. Whereas profit is kind of homogeneous. Capitalism only is possible because of this homogenizing universal state. First, the one created in the French Revolution, or with the English Parliament, depending on how you want to look at it. And capitalism is actually all about homogeneity rather than heterogeneity, right? So that is why the capitalist civilization is the only one in the history of mankind to have normalized, or not normalized, but has institutionalized non-heterosexuality, without getting too much into this. I don't agree with that whatsoever. I think that what they call queerness is 100% a product of capitalism. Now, we can look at socialist societies for reference, okay? In the Soviet Union and in communist states in general, both in the past and today, actually, I don't even think Cuba is an exception. I'm going to get to Cuba in a second. They are far more heterosexual than capitalist states are in general. There's a more pronounced expression of masculinity there. There's also a more pronounced expression of femininity there. And there's stronger family values and stronger family ties, more traditional gender relations there than you have elsewhere. And then people point out Cuba, has this, it's been pioneering LGBT rights. Well, that actually has been exclusively pioneered by, it was one of the Castro daughters. I forgot her specific name. But she was educated in the United States, and she imported this to Cuba. And that was her initiative. And there's been a back and forth. There's a Catholic part of Cuba that's against it. The government has canceled pride parades before because they kind of want to be neutral in this whole thing. So it's just not true what they say. So no, I don't think capitalism gives rise to heteronormativity. I also don't think there's any evidence that queerness points to socialism. Now, I do think, though, what they call queerness might actually point toward socialism in one sense, and I think that could be the National Socialism of Ernest Röhm and the SS in the 1930s. So that is definitely a form of socialism that was associated or was the conclusion of what they call a queerness. So that's my response.
Great. Okay, next up is Astro Proletariat. Go whenever you're ready.
Hello, thank you. I just have a simple question here. Should be done pretty quickly. Do you see unions and striking as a viable option for both revolution in developed and undeveloped nations? And if so, how do the two situations compare?
Yeah, it just depends on the context. Obviously, striking can be an effective. I mean, look at the Indian farmers' strike. It's for unions. Again, it depends. Unions are an institution, and they're an institution that is either hegemonic or counter-hegemonic. So in the United States, the Amazon Labor Union is a counter-hegemonic union. It's completely independent of the Democrats, or it was at least. It's completely independent of the established unions. It's a completely new union formed from scratch. That kind of places it strategically as a counter-hegemonic institution. Whereas most of the big unions in the United States are hegemonic institutions. So, you have to really evaluate the context. And I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all answer to this. But I will say that it's not inherently unions are not inherently you know, I don't know what the word would be. They're not inherently revolutionary or inherently even against capitalism or whatever you want to call it.
And how do you think it contrasts in both undeveloped and developed nations?
I think underdeveloped countries, I would just a guess, random guess, probably have a union sector that is more new, right? And so it's basically probably has a more popular dimension to it, populist dimension to it. It seems to be more agrarian if we're talking about underdeveloped. And it seems to be more pivotal in organizing, organizing things against the status quo. Whereas in developed countries, it appears that unions have a role of consolidating the status quo. So I guess that would be my best guess, right?
All right, thank you, Oz.
Great, thank you. So next up, we have Pepe Pinochet. Pepe, whenever you're ready.
Howdy. So, I don't quite know who you are, but I've been listening. I'm right wing myself, but I just wanted to ask you a couple questions. So, all right, I would say that like here in the West, and by the West, I'm referring to the 5 countries in the Anglosphere and of course Western Europe. That there is kind of like a cultural war that's been waged against white heterosexual Christian men, where, to put it in the words of Eric Zemmour from France, that our quote unquote brilliant progressives have brought racial war and religious war back to us with their belief that people are undifferentiated beings, interchangeable, of no sex and without roots. And he also stated, are the young French going to agree to live as a minority on the land of their ancestors? So that resonates with me a lot. So I, from what I've heard you say, it seems like maybe there's some, maybe you're in some agreement there that like some people would consider me an ethnonat, which I just kind of consider conserving your fucking land for your people. Is that something that you critique or you're against? Or
so, as far as that culture war is concerned, I would not describe it in those terms specifically. I think you can be more broad and just say there's an attempt by the globalists to subject the populations of the world, actually, to the homogenizing institutions of social engineering and social control. The reason why it seems like, for example, I'll name them, right? Why are white people seemingly targeted? Well, they're only targeted in white countries because they form the majority of the people there. Because they form the majority, they have the potential or the possibility, of giving expression to a politics that is antagonistic to the interests of their own ruling class globalist elites. So that's why there's that, right? It's ultimately against populism. Now, then there's Christianity. Why are they turning against Christianity? Because again, Christianity is this reservoir of values and beliefs and traditions that's thousands of years old that cannot be conditioned or controlled by these institutions, okay, which want to create values from scratch. Then there's heterosexuality. Why is there a war on heterosexuality? Well, that seems to be more because if you think about it, the traditional heterosexual relationship is always going to be the one that is the majority of any given people. It's also the relationship that gives rise to the creation of new people, right? So heterosexuality is a specific relation that creates other human beings. Controlling the way in which other human beings are created is necessary if you want this plan to homogeneize and institutionalize the entire population. And the reason why heterosexuality has to be targeted is because heterosexuality, from a Freudian perspective, contains the seeds of alternative forms of sociality and culture, because it produces that family unit, which is it's the unit of civilizations. Okay, so whereas the reason they're promoting the LGBT stuff so much, at least in part, is because there's no threat that this is going to give rise to an alternative unit of a civilization antagonistic to the ones the globalists are trying to create. So you have to look at the specific reasons. It's not just white Christian heterosexuals. It's also, for example, they're doing it against Africans, African Muslims, right? Black African Muslims who want to develop their economies and industrialize. They're saying, no, you can't do that. You have to have green, sustainable development, which basically means secure the profits of the oil bankers and secure their monopoly so no one else can challenge them. So this is being applied to everyone in the world. In France, it's going to be applied to French people and Christians. In the United States, it's going to be applied, I think the US is 60-70% white. So mostly white people, and mostly Christian. The United States is mostly Christian. And it's just the nature of where it is, right?
Okay, so, yeah, and that's why I only mentioned Western countries, because, quite frankly, we're not, for different cultural reasons, you're not quite seeing this take place in East Asia.
To add, it is kind of happening, but it's coming from these Western institutions, these NGOs, and these color revolutionists, George Soros, and the globalists funding the Taiwan government, the Hong Kong protests. If you go to South Korea or Japan, you'll find these proxies of the globalists who are trying to implement this agenda there too. So it is a worldwide thing.
I'm not some global homo fanatic. I don't really can give a fuck about corporations. They're pieces of shit and parasites for the most part. But I think that would probably be where our agreements kind of start to end. But it does seem like, so I'm just curious. So if I recall correctly, you thought with the Holodomor, you thought that was just, and I've heard that critique, that it was during Russia's attempt to industrialize that the famine just inevitably happened. There wasn't any kind of terror.
I can really simply explain it. So Russian agriculture at that time was not organized in a way that could produce enough excess, or I should say organize the surpluses of production to have enough excess to buy machinery as well as free up labor for industrial workers and to produce these kinds of industrial technologies. So agriculture had to be organized in such a way that the surplus grain that was being produced could be confiscated by the state and sold on the world market in order to buy machines or buy some kind of capital, or even employ labor in such a way that will allow them to industrialize. So that was the main issue with collectivization. A lot of people think, this is because they wanted to implement, a project of making everyone equal or making everyone communal, and that really was not the main factor at all. The communal structure of the kolkhoz was in many ways just in continuity with the traditional Russian Mir and cooperative systems that existed before the Stolypin reforms. It wasn't something that was completely new or alien. It was just, it had to be organized in a specific way that the state could. It's all, look, you don't look at the history of Western capitalism, Eastern, whatever, right? It's all about those surpluses coming from the primary sphere of production. You have to have a little bit more than you already have, or organize that excess in such a way that you can expand your wealth. So it's a cost-benefit analysis. In the immediate sense, it's going to produce a level of poverty, and it's going to produce this kind of level of, almost pauperism. But in the long term, it leads to more wealth.
So I just want to ask you a question. I'm going to be blunt about it. But if let's say you had you and people who think like you had a revolution, or just I don't know, whatever happened, you guys just had the opportunity to change America. What drastic changes would we see?
So since we're already a modern country and we're a modernized country, we won't have to do anything like collectivization. But some of the changes I think I would like to see is let me simplify this. So we would basically have a focus on reindustrialization. We would have a focus on redistributing parcels of means of production of some kind. First in the form of plots of land, possibly for agriculture, actually. That's a possibility. Maybe, I don't know, if you want to be really futuristic, you could do like the 3D printer type of thing. Just give the American people some kind of independent baseline means of subsistence that they could live off of independently of any kind of institution. Not totally independently, because it's not possible, but some kind of land reform, basically. And then we want an infrastructural revolution. We want to build more cities. We want to shift to fusion energy. We want to accelerate actually production, even accelerate the production of hydrocarbons, so-called fossil fuels. Build, I mentioned build new cities, build new highways, build new roadways. And even if we don't have the money to do this, we do it anyway because it'll pay for itself. And yeah, one thing is completely eliminate the service industry. That's something I believe in. Shorten the workday, which is something possible if you eliminate the service industry, and redistribute the heavy industry, heavy duty jobs to the population as a whole, which can be possible if you shorten the workday. And we will have immense levels of free time to basically have that good old fashioned American liberty. I am not of the view that I want communists to like choose what culture we have. I want culture to be a kind of free market. I want us just to have the free time to develop whatever forms of culture and art we want to as a people and as a civilization after we like secure that baseline of production that we need to survive and we need to reproduce ourselves. So, that is pretty much what I believe for America, and probably something similar, I would imagine, for the West.
So this will be. I'll just wrap it up with this question. So you did use the word redistribution. Now, when it comes to, of course, there's personal property, and obviously you would know the difference, personal and private property. Now, there are. I wouldn't say what I think deserves to happen to them because it wouldn't be allowed on here or YouTube. But there are companies like BlackRock. I'd say people who own obnoxious amounts of properties.
Oh yeah, I just want to.
In order to redistribute shit, you would have to take from somebody.
I think actually, when it comes to those, I'm not really thinking of redistribution at all. I'm thinking more of elimination. We don't need BlackRock. We don't need most of Wall Street. We don't need most of these bullshit financial speculators, these hedge funds whatsoever. I think that would be more of a kind of purging of a parasitic sector of our economy. And then when it comes to, I want to say another thing, which is with regard to banking. We need to have a national bank. We need to have a state-owned bank, and we need to eliminate the Federal Reserve. Obviously, that's part of this, right? All of these private banks will be completely liquidated. We will have probably a change in the nature of our currency, going from, free-floating fiat currency to something that's backed up by either minerals, resources, gold. I probably not gold, actually, but something, right? Possibly even using blockchain technologies. Who knows? I mean, I'm very open to this futuristic kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, there are definitely going to be entire sectors of the economy that will just be outright eliminated.
Pepe?
Yep.
Okay. What was that then, Pepe?
Yeah, that's good.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you very much. So next up we have Lil Lizdog. Whenever you're ready, mister.
Am I unmuted?
Yeah.
So, I was wondering what you think of the Jews.
Okay, so I'm gonna mute this. Just anything. Want to make it clear. I'm not anti-Semitic. I've got nothing against Jews. And I personally don't think Jews control the world or anything like that. religion. It's like the kind of, I don't know if maybe calling it the foundation would be problematic or controversial, but it is, it does contain thousands of year old wisdoms, the Kabbalah and things like that, that I think, are very interesting to understand. And I mean, I'm personally a Muslim, right? So I have great reverence for the Abrahamic tradition in general, whether it be Jewish or Christian.
Okay, so well, if you
Definitely not. Will probably rise to take its space, but I think I can probably actually say this on YouTube, right? I don't think Israel has a legitimate right to exist as a state. I think it's a completely artificial state that doesn't have any long-term future, But I also don't think that the people living there should be deported, I just think that as a state, it can't, it's not sustainable and shouldn't exist. Democratic and secular, I think it's just kind of like you pretty much just mean Western, right? At that point, and
yeah.
I don't even think that's sustainable. I think Israel has a huge Orthodox, very religious population that have really big problems with the kind of secular culture you have in Tel Aviv. What I envision for the future is, some kind of alliance between the Orthodox Jews, the religious ones, and the kind of, the other peoples of the Middle East to, revive the traditions of the region in general, right? Also revive the Mizrahi, Eastern Judaism, revive the Christianity, revive Islam in new ways. Now, does that require the European model of secularism? Probably not. They can come up with their own, model of multi-religious tolerance and, not so much atheism as much as, not enforcing one specific religion at gunpoint, So I think there's different paths to this, It's an interesting topic in general about secularism and all this kind of stuff. But, I think in that region of the world, I don't think any of the states are sustainable at all. I don't think Lebanon, for example, take Lebanon. That's where my family's from. Lebanon is a complete... No, Lebanon. So Lebanon is a completely fake country created by France. It was historically part of the Syrian, what do you call it? Region of the Ottoman Empire. And then you have things like Saudi Arabia, which historically was the Hejaz. It was a state that only exists to safeguard Mecca and Medina, the holy cities of Islam. But Saudi Arabia came to be because of the British. It's literally just a family that rules a state. I mean, there are so many states in the Middle East that just don't have any long-term viability from the perspective of enduring civilizations. So I'm not even just singling out Israel, right? Israel also was created by the British as a completely artificial project. It's not that I think Jews shouldn't have their own state. I take kind of issue with the idea that Jews are a nation rather than a religion. And then also just the nature of Israel's creation as well. So, I think the Middle East is probably going to have a future of not a revival of the Ottoman Empire, but the revival of the historical tradition of empires there, whatever form that takes. And the new what?
So Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't really think Saudi. See, like you have to look at this from a traditional historical perspective. I mean, have the Saudis or has the Hejaz region ever been something that had political hegemony, and that no, it hasn't, right? It's just people were kind of living in the desert, and then there was Mecca and Medina, and not really much else. Whereas the seats of empire kind of usually was Egypt or Persia. You know, these are the centers of the Middle Eastern civilization. So I'm kind of skeptical that Saudi Arabia is going to have a huge role in that. I think probably Egypt and Iran and Turkey actually probably are the three you should look at to see who's going to probably shape the future of the region.
Oberon, whenever you are ready, you can go for it.
Hey, what's up? Right. So between the big dick Giga Chad wonder hero Leon Trotsky and the micro penis soy boy wonder cuck Stalin, Trotsky was Lenin's favored successor. Do you think that he was a nice pick?
It is actually a widely misheld view that Trotsky was Lenin's successor. There's no evidence for that. There's evidence to the contrary, actually. That letter was a forgery, and it was proven as such. Also, I think your descriptions are wrong from a historical perspective. Trotsky was known to be this very vain, kind of nerdy, kind of like, pretty much a soy jack.
Sigma.
No, he was known to be this kind of like complaining, whining, very weak guy. Whereas Stalin was this kind of very sage-like, pretty much a Giga Chad. And it's pretty much like, the Chad Wojak versus the soy jack that's like crying and screaming with glasses on. That is literally the relation between Trotsky and Stalin. Like, Stalin is that Chad Wojak just staring and saying yes.
Yeah, I know. You keep repeating yourself. I appreciate that. But I wouldn't expect anything less from, Stalinist revisionists. So, but that's okay. Keep coping.
You mean like how Trotsky tried to revise and eliminate Lenin's theory of the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry in favor of like a almost like Nazi-like dictatorship of the urban Russia and the European Russia against the countryside.
That's rich.
I mean, yeah.
Absolutely.
Look up Trotsky's method of super-industrialism would have amounted to the use of state-sanctioned terrorism to basically use the European centers of Russia to enslave and terrorize the rest of the 90% of Russians into submission in order to industrialize with no leeway.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? That would have been sort of a better or a worse play out than what Stalin's terrorism and fucking attrition
Actually, yes. Because Stalin's because collectivization, however ugly it was, eventually did give rise to a people's state that reflected the character and reality of the Russian people, from culture, art, literature, and just to the level of like who got appointed to become the rulers, right? The administrators. They all were derived from these like peasants that were newly educated, and all these old urban kind of Europeanized elites were overthrown in the Great Purges, which was a very populist event.
I can't help but see the irony here, though, from somebody with a not quite the wrinkly brain that Trotsky had, but a little bit of a smooth brain, to understand that Trotsky understood that you needed to work with the capitalist governments of other nations to get past it, right? Stalin wanted to completely lop off and isolationize to the detriment of the USSR.
Yeah, well, translation is Trotsky wanted to turn the Soviet Union into a prostitute of the Western capitalist powers. And when he got exiled, he was willing to work with the governments of Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan, including British intelligence, in order to recapture the Soviet state for the express purpose of basically prostituting it to the capitalist West, because to fulfill his delusion of a permanent world revolution that never was going to happen.
No, he was capable of thinking ahead like Stalin wasn't, right? Stalin had to wait till later until he started working with the capitalist West, right? Wait,
yeah,
a little bit too late. Lost a lot of lives there.
So Stalin worked with the capitalist West as an equal rather than at their mercy.
Yeah, Yeah.
So yeah,
I wouldn't expect anything less, but
Trotsky.
I appreciate
Trotsky.
that a capitalist such as
Trotsky.
yourself,
Trotsky was not. I don't know why you're bringing up Trotsky. You're just pretty much coping. Trotsky was not a Bolshevik. The only reason he rose to any prominence whatsoever is because he decided to go over to Lenin's side temporarily. But he was never a Bolshevik. He was always a Menshevik. He rejected Lenin's theory of the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. He hated the peasant majority of Russia. He was an elitist snob who thought they were all subhuman Asiatics. He had this racist view of Stalin as well. And Trotsky's pretty much, I mean, Stalin's dabbing on Trotsky. He got that ice pick, and he's no more. And all his followers now are just a bunch of, like, people who are coping about what happened. I'm sorry to tell you, Trotsky failed. Trotskyism failed. They were caught red-handed during the Great Purges. All of their sabotage failed. Trotskyists have never accomplished a damn thing in the history of mankind. I don't know why. I mean, they've never rose to power. They've never secured the state. They've never had a revolution.
You are coping and seething. The Stalinism literally was not pure Marxism. You're doing the no true Scotsman.
There's no such thing. On that's a perfect. Trotsky. So that's a perfect argument you just made, because there's no such thing as pure Marxism. So you're basically admitting that you don't understand Marxism or dialectics, saying such a stupid thing. Hold on, saying such a stupid and undialectical thing. I mean, there's no such thing. How could there be a pure Marxism? It's so fucking stupid. It's completely antithetical to what Marxism is.
Exporting it was exactly what should have happened. That's what Marx and Lenin would have wanted. That's why Lenin did favorite him.
No, he didn't.
I know,
There's no evidence of that. There's no evidence. Lenin wanted Trotsky removed. There is evidence for that. There's no evidence that he wanted to be a successor.
All right. Got you. All right. Mad love. Keep coping. Keep seething. Trotsky for the win all day. Later.
Well, I don't think I need to, because considering Trotskyists have never had a revolution, they've never been in power anywhere. I mean, China is inheriting the legacy of Stalin today. I mean, there's at least a few states that, what significance, what do I have to cope about exactly? Like, Trotskyists selling newspapers on the side of the road and accosting strangers? Okay.
Okay, next up is Hafez. I think that's how you pronounce it. Go for
it. Am I unmuted?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Hello, Has. We meet again. I was the guy reciting Gorky yesterday. I wanted to ask you, what do you think of the Kosovo situation?
Right now?
Yeah, right now. Who does it belong to? Is it a sovereign state? Should it be Serbian, Albanian?
I don't think its borders are viable in the long term. And as far as who it belongs to is concerned, I'm going to be a fence sitter here and try to be neutral, because I got Albanian nationalists and Serbian nationalists in the community. And I think it belongs to no one. I think it belongs to a future state that is going to be able to integrate the various peoples of that region. And I do think there needs to be a point made that the sovereignty and just reality of the Albanian people, who are such a unique people, they're not Slavs, they're not Latins, they're a completely unique people, that has to be respected in some kind of way. But at the same time, Serbia's historical, role in the Balkans with respect to the other Slavic nations also has to be respected. So I think that it really comes down to Serbia and Albania need to come to a deal. They need to come to a deal of some kind, need to come to an understanding. And whether that's going to be the formation of a federal state or some kind of fusion state, or maybe even just clearly marking their respective borders in a way that's going to satisfy all parties. What I think is really detrimental to long-term prospects of peace in that region is NATO. I think NATO is the problem. And I think NATO has done more to consolidate the differences that exist there than any other force. Now, granted, the Yugoslav Civil War was really ugly. There was ultranationalism throughout the whole region, on all parts and by all parties. But NATO just kind of stepped in and decided to take one side in that conflict of ultranationalists. And that has led to a kind of very long-term, grievances and resentments that have built up for decades. So, I just think, I place the blame squarely on NATO for, the conflicts there. But at the same time, I also want to be fair to the Albanians.
Thank you. I have a second question, and that is, what do you think is the greatest problem facing Marxist-Leninists today?
Themselves, easily. I think the problem is quite literally their own inability to make sense of Marxism-Leninism in the 21st century. So that is just my view. I think they are bogged down by so much dogmatism and so much, confusion, basically. Because, I think Marxism-Leninism, as simple as it is, it's only really simple from this practical historical perspective. But in order to appreciate that simplicity, you've got to do a lot of homework. You got to understand Hegel. You've got to go through, Heidegger, and you got to go through the 20th century French school and all this kind of stuff. And then you can appreciate, the meaning of Marxism-Leninism. So it's really hard. It's something that's really hard to understand. And I think that's the biggest problem it faces, is that it's not really understood by anyone, at least in the West. Now, I can't really say that in China or Russia, but in the West, at least, yeah, that's the problem it's facing. But also, I think in China and Russia, they're probably also facing a problem of, also trying to make sense of Marxism-Leninism in a non-institutional context. In China, they teach Marxism, but it's a very kind of, dry, from what I've been told, very much procedural kind of thing. It doesn't really satisfy the subjective longings of people to make sense of their world, from what I've been told. So I think this is the big problem, the crisis we're facing.
And a follow-up question. Would you say Marxist-Leninists in the West are stuck in the past?
In many ways, yes, but I think that's not the problem, per se. The problem is not so much being stuck in the past as it is being stuck in the present in a specific way. They have not embraced the future. They haven't rediscovered Marxism-Leninism in a completely new way. And while they make reference to the past, they're not actually legitimately, succeeding that past. They're not inheriting that past successfully. They're basically they're referencing it in many different ways, but the truth is that they're stuck in the present in a very specific way. Specifically stuck in this position of subservience to the status quo, at least in the West, the liberal status quo. Also, and not just in the West. There's creators who allegedly live in the Middle East, although some have contested this view, who call themselves Marxist-Leninists, or some live in Asia, Luna Oy and Hakim, and they're basically just Western Marxist-Leninists. So it's not just where you live. It's just like what cultural milieu what context are you grounding your Marxism-Leninism in? Is it in a real historical tradition, or is it in this kind of like trendy, form of liberalism that emerged recently?
I see. And if you could give one advice to Marxist-Leninists today, what would you give them?
I would say drop everything you're doing and go back and study Hegel. I think that would be the simple thing I say. Go back, study Hegel, study the 20th century thought, Western thought, and you have to make it full circle. If you start out as a Marxist-Leninist, you're not going to go anywhere. You got to go for full circle, right? You'll be able to appreciate the wisdom of Marxism-Leninism after you step outside of its narrow, dogmatic confines, is what I would say.
I see. Thank you for the talk, Haz. It's been amazing as usual. Thank you for having me twice in 2 days. God bless you.
You too.
Great. Thank you, Haz. Haz, we've been going on for almost 2 hours. I don't remember if we set an exact time for how long you want to go on. We'll keep going as long as you're available. So I just wanted to be respectful of your time.
Yeah. I think I can pretty much do this for probably. I think the absolute cutoff time would be like 2 hours from now. I probably got to go, but I can pretty much do this.
Okay. We'll keep going. Next up is CJC. Go for it, CJ.
Hello?
Yep.
All right, so I just have a question. What is your opinion on Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge?
So that is not. I'm kind of limited in terms of what I can say, but not only just because of censorship, but also because there's not a lot of conclusive. Let's just say it is not a widely well understood or particularly well documented period of time. However, I am confident in being able to say that there is a historical significance of the Khmer Rouge that is not just, this murderous, horrific genocide that they're accused of committing. I think that the specific way in which they kind of are building off of Maoism and this idea of year zero, of just completely returning to the countryside to rebuild up your industrial base from scratch as well. And then most importantly, though, right, the most important takeaway is the revolutionary strategy that they employed, which was kind of just like this hyper Maoism of going to the countryside from scratch and almost completely neglecting the cities is, well, I mean, I'm quite sympathetic to it in many ways. But let's just say, let me put it this way, okay? So there's two aspects to the story of Cambodia, okay? One aspect is the Americans and the West, or what do you want to call it, right? The other aspect is the Soviets and the Vietnamese. Now, these two sides had a monopoly on history, on writing history, okay? Because the Khmer Rouge was aligned with China at the time. So, in terms of writing the history of what happened, it was pretty much monopolized by their enemies. So, what really happened in Cambodia is a question I don't really think has been conclusively answered. But I will acknowledge that there probably was a lot of atrocities and horrible things that happened, just from what eyewitnesses and local people have said. But how much is that to blame on the Khmer Rouge? And, to what extent was that because of the Khmer Rouge? How much of it was just senseless local violence there? I mean, it's a complicated question, but I hope that somewhat satisfies your question.
So, yeah, that answered my question. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, next up we've got FR Hamper. You are unmuted. Go for it.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Speak up a little bit, though.
So, in your debate with...
Wait, hold on. Are you in a sock? Like, you sound very quiet.
No, I'm here. In your debate with Dylan Burns, you said that if Taiwan was taken over, that China would respect their autonomy. But recently, China rolled back some of those commitments.
Recently, China said what? I can't really quite make out what you said.
Hey, you're very quiet. You had to speak up a little bit. Yeah, I don't know if it's working this year. Now, I know it's like, I think you said it's like 1 a.m. there, but fuck your neighbors. You're talking to Haas. So you got to speak up a little bit. Yeah, I think he died.
I think he's maybe himself stuck underwater in the Taiwan Strait somewhere because it's just his microphone's very muffled. But I think I'll try to answer what you asked because there's two possibilities of what you probably asked. You probably said, what about China's recent refusal of Taiwan's insistence on bringing Pelosi? And Taiwan being able to have its own system is not the same thing as being able to, invite whatever foreigners it wants to and make all these. I mean, it will have the least amount of freedom when it comes to its geopolitical orientation. But in terms of what system it wants for its own people, I mean, China will probably give it autonomy.
Okay, so
yeah.
He typed in chat. He says he wanted to ask you about China rolling back commitments to Taiwan being autonomous.
Yeah, so that's the second thing. So Taiwan has been China's been very patient with the Taiwan authorities since the 1990s. When China was in a disadvantageous position, it gave them a lot of assurances and a lot of, leeway in terms of guarantees and stuff. And it's been trying to work with the Taiwan authorities, to create a plan for eventual reunification. The problem is that the Taiwan authorities recently have pursued a path of independence since 2014. And the straw that broke the camel's back was inviting Nancy Pelosi, who's the third most powerful political leader in the United States, to Taiwan against the express wishes of China. So Taiwan is not. They basically pissed off the Beijing government, and they're saying, well, you know what? Reunification is happening one way or another, but you're basically going to be punished for this in terms of you're not going to have all the assurances you used to. You're not going to have all the autonomy you were promised of having. An example of this is China promised it was not going to station a PLA garrison in Taiwan after reunification, and that, the Taiwan authorities can keep their own army. That's probably out the window now. There probably is going to be a PLA garrison after unification. I don't think the Chinese are just going to completely come and implement the Beijing government system. That's just not sustainable for purposes of social stability. But there's going to be less autonomy. With more freedom comes more responsibility. And the Taiwan authorities have used that freedom to undermine, in the Beijing government's view, the sovereignty of China, one China as a whole. And inviting foreigners, specifically the Americans, in this statement is to pro-independence forces. I mean, the more China thinks that the Taiwan authorities are going to use their freedom to pursue independence or separatism, the less inclined they will be to give them autonomy. So if they want to just have their own system internal to that island and live whatever way of life they want to live, that's fine, right? But if you're going to use that autonomy to play geopolitical games and just help the Americans undermine the mainland, I mean, they're not going to tolerate that.
Great, thank you. Next up is Ferris. Ferris, go for it.
There has, how are you?
All right, how are you?
I'm doing just fine, thank you very much. I have a few questions to ask you about Pan-Africanism and socialism in Africa, so I'll just go ahead. So, firstly, I want to ask, what are your opinions on the Pan-African movement and their key figures such as Thomas Sankara, Muammar Gaddafi, Kwame Nkrumah, etc., etc.? What's your opinions on them? And the movement.
I'm broadly sympathetic. I don't know what else to say. I'm broadly sympathetic, specifically sympathetic to the economic freedom fighters in South Africa's view of this. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's possible for all of Africa to be unified into one state, given all the differences. But I do think all of Africa is united already in having interests. They're united insofar as they're victims to foreign powers, right? That are trying to undermine its sovereignty and independence. So, is there a common African identity and interest? Well, in that sense, yeah, there is. I mean, just insofar as the Belgian king, I think it was him. I don't know if it was him or the German Kaiser, said that they want to carve up a piece of this magnificent African cake during the partition of Africa in the 19th century. Yeah, there is a common Africa. So, yeah, I am broadly sympathetic to all of the people you just mentioned.
All right. Yeah, I broadly agree with you on that because I agree that African countries in general, they should all try to cooperate with each other rather than trying to cooperate with primarily foreign non-African countries. First, they should try to cooperate with each other, develop infrastructure. Obviously, there's difficulties surrounding this, but they should try and move toward this. But I'm sympathetic towards it, but I understand that Pan-Africanism at the end of the day is a Western idea trying to be implemented in Africa. I feel like it has to be more organic. This moves on to my next question, which is, do you think it's possible for Marxism or socialism or any sort of proper left-wing movement to succeed in Africa in the future? And if so, how? And I know saying Africa's obviously a very large continent, so that's kind of oversimplifying it a bit. But for simplicity's sake, let's just say West Africa or Sub-Saharan Africa, because at the end of the day, a lot of the countries, the reason why they're poor, they have different economic realities, but they're still all poor at the end of the day. Like the country I'm from, Sierra Leone, 42% of its people are illiterate. It's a deeply religious country, which means the nation, its people are generally less inclined to more progressive economic and social ideas, and the labor unions that exist in the country are very, very weak. And my country in particular has so many different ethnicities to deal with. And obviously the problems my specific African country has are different to the ones like other West African countries have, but at the end of the day, economic like low economic output, a sort of tribalism in the country, illiteracy, those are issues that plague African countries. So I just wanted to ask, how do you think, go back to the original question, how do you think socialism or Marxism can succeed in Africa? Sorry for the long stuff before that.
I think the place to probably begin, I think there's two elements to that, right? And I'm going to simplify them. The first is going to be land reform, which is a pressing issue in southern Africa. It's the context of Zimbabwe and South Africa, what's going on there. So, and the second thing is going to be the specific Marxist theory of the productive forces that will give a paradigm of industrialization, that will allow Africa to not only have a land reform, but have a land reform that, succeeds in revolutionizing the forces of production. So I think those are the two ways Marxism specifically can help Africa. Both a theory of, from a sociological perspective, land reform, giving people a piece of the pie in terms of the polity politically, right, the economic base. Then there's the element of, unleashing the productive forces, unleashing wealth, unleashing prosperity, increasing technology, and increasing the material livelihoods of the people through the unique Marxist understanding. And so I think those are two aspects that Marxism can be very useful in. And also learning from the Chinese experience, I think, is very important. More a Chinese model rather than the Soviet model will probably be much more beneficial to that context.
Yeah, and also like whatever model of socialism or Marxism like sprouts out of Africa, it shouldn't really be the Pan-African model. It should be more so something that develops organically.
Sure, yeah, of course, yeah. So socialism will be different wherever it is. So yeah, it'll have African characteristics, very different from the Chinese system, I imagine.
Do you think this should begin in like more developed countries of Africa, like developed in like quotation marks, but like Nigeria or South Africa or Egypt, like some of the richer countries, or do you think this can happen in a relatively poor country? Like we can still move towards, because I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure we can jump from, like, if capitalism hasn't fully developed, I don't think we can jump to a form of dictatorship of the proletariat, or just moving away from a capitalist system. I feel like we need to develop capitalism first. Do you agree with me on that? Do you feel like it should more start in countries that have a more developed economy first, or do you think developing nations or least developed nations can succeed in bringing about socialism?
So I think from historical experience, the staged view has not been accurate, right? This idea that you have to develop capitalism first it hasn't panned out historically in terms of which countries had revolutions. Look at China, for example. So I think
that's true.
You're gonna probably, I think some of the hot spots are probably gonna be, so South Africa, because of its intense political situation. You have Ethiopia because of its intense geopolitical situation. And then you have the West African CFAC countries and I think there's a revolution that's brewing there against the French imposed currency system. So those are three,
like trying to make.
Yeah. So those are three places three places that I envision political change to be foreseeable in Africa.
All right. I was just interested in your opinions on this because, like, I'm obviously like the two views I have. I mean, the main view I have on Africa is mainly from my father, who currently works there and is like sort of involved in the political system of my specific country. So I have like sort of that insight from there. But I was sort of like wanting an insight from a foreign, but like someone who like understands like just socialism and Marxism very well. I just wanted to just get that sort of perspective from you. As for the whole thing about the whole stages system, I do like I can see the stage system, like obviously like the system we understand is that that's how it is because we were first in feudal society, then like sort of like capitalist society, and now it's like the whole thing is we're trying to move to a socialist society. But I do acknowledge that we can jump because Russia was like mainly it was like industrializing, but there's still like most of it was still under feudalism in my opinion, and then obviously it jumped to a socialist.
So I'm somewhat sympathetic to the African post-colonial frames that kind of say, you know, this is a very kind of European, West European kind of view of linear time. So this paradigm of like backwards and more advanced has limitations. You know, is capitalism, is it a stage, or does this understanding of the evolution from feudalism to capitalism to socialism in the European context, is that more of a spatial logic to help us understand the present? Rather than a linear temporal logic of time, can it be more a spatial logic of understanding the various relations that permeate the makeup of the present, right? So when you're talking about the African context, I mean, is there a feudalism in Africa? I don't think so. I think there's a unique African mode of production that needs to be understood and developed outside of the European paradigm. So I'm sympathetic with post-colonial views with regard to that.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, Ferris. Okay. So next up, we've got Data. Data, go for it.
Hello, Haas. Yeah, I just find it really funny. You know, in that last question, you're talking about how like Marxist-Leninism can help Africa. When if we look at examples of Marxist-Leninism in Africa, the first one that jumps to my mind is Angola. And Haas, do you remember what happened in Angola? Do you remember what happened?
Refresh my memory.
Okay, I'll tell you. So you don't obviously know. So what happened was the MPLA, which was Cuban-backed, right? They basically cut all the water off in Angola. They raped and murdered thousands of people. They murdered Anita politicians, including Joseph Savimbi, who was American-backed. The Anita Angolan politicians were striving for democracy. They were striving for free market capitalism, the best type of system. They were striving for the best, and your fucking dog shit ideology murdered thousands. And we can go to another example. Let's go to Nicaragua, where the
a famous African country as well, right?
What?
Like it's another African country you're mentioning, right?
What do you say? Sorry.
So since we're apparently globe trotting around the whole fucking world, let's just focus on Africa because we're not gonna go through every single we're not gonna go through every single bullshit propaganda allegation against communist states on a global level. Let's take up too much time. Let's focus on Angola, okay? So everything I've been presented with in terms of the claims made about the atrocities of the Angolan MPLA has been shown that this is all propaganda. This is Cold War propaganda, specifically funded by the CIA.
So they didn't murder the leader of Anita, Joseph Savimbi, in 2002. That didn't happen.
I'm not familiar with the details of what happened in 2002, but I will say that during the Cold War.
Well, they did. Well,
so during the Cold War, there's verifiable evidence from ex-CIA people who worked with the CIA that yes, they did everything they could to churn out a factory farm of bullshit propaganda smears against the MPLA to demonize them and as much as they could without any regard for the truth whatsoever. So yeah, you're talking about a whole mountain of bullshit to get through in terms of what happened in Angola. and you expect me just to accept all of these claims that you're making, well, I'm naturally going to be skeptical. Okay, so from what I know about what was.
Why did they suspend elections and kill opposition politicians?
They may or may not do that. I don't know, but if they do that, I mean,
But you don't know. They didn't have an election throughout the whole of the MPLA's de facto authoritarian rule over Angola, and they just killed people.
Well, it doesn't sound particularly out of the ordinary. For
it's so funny as well when you say democracy is a Western thing. Like Western has like this inherent negative connotation. Democracy is better than your dog shit.
Wait! No, it's beautiful. I wasn't going to be the one. Hold on, this is beautiful. I was not going to be the one who plays. Hold on, shut the fuck up.
No, you're not.
I was not going to be the one who plays whataboutism with the West. But since you want to bring up the fucking West, we don't live in a fucking democracy. We live in a two-party duopoly where the politics never fundamentally changes in any way. And when an outsider actually does come and change, when an outsider actually does come and change up, not even the fundamental policies we implement, but just the political culture we have, like Donald Trump, the fucking FBI comes and fucking raids him and wants to fucking indict him. Don't fucking come and tell me we live in a fucking democracy. Even someone like Trump, who bowed down to the establishment in every conceivable way, just because he upset the political culture so radically and drastically, they're not gonna fucking try and send him to jail and bar him from fucking running. Don't fucking sit here and tell me we live in a democracy, you dumb little bitch. Bernie Sanders got fucking. They had the Democratic primaries were rigged against Bernie Sanders. You're gonna fucking say we live in a Western. You talked about Angola killing political opposition. My dude, are you aware of what the CIA and the FBI have done to kill political opposition in this fucking country? You are so fucking blind to the country you live in, you dumb fuck. You come here fucking yelling, bitching at me about all the dumb fucking propaganda you were fucking fed about communist states. I wasn't even gonna bring up, well, what about what happened in America and the West? Because I know it's a whataboutism. But since you insist on bringing up Western democracy, no, dude, we don't live in a fucking democracy. We're only allowed to vote for the fucking people that are compatible with the interests of the ruling class. There's never been a possibility of any anti-establishment person running successfully without being undermined in some fundamental fucking way, undemocratically and extra democratically. So don't fucking sit here and talk. I mean, who fucking killed MLK? The FBI. We all fucking know that. Who killed Malcolm X?
No, they didn't. No, MLK was.
No, they did. Okay. To the same extent that MLK was not killed by the FBI, Angolans didn't kill any opposition. I'm gonna go with the official government story of Angola.
Wait. Since you're just like swerving around this, what about the Nicaraguan Sandinistas? What about them?
I think they're gigachats. I think they're gigachats personally.
Wait, they're gigachats. Wait, you think so? The Nicaragua's Permanent Commission on Human Rights reported 2,000 murders in the first 6 months and 14,000.
Can you hold on? I'll tell you what. Send that human rights. Hold on. Tell you what. Sure. It's all correct. It's all correct. They've never lied about anything. So, okay, I'll help you. Get that NGO, that human rights, whatever thing. Send them my number, and I will arrange a time in a meeting where they can like line up in a Congo line to suck my cock. Every single one of those human rights guys. So yeah, I'm against human rights. I'm 100% against human rights. And I don't believe in any of the official stories, any of these human rights bullshit.
So you're against human rights. Yeah. Are you for like revolutionaries raping like the Contras, for example?
I just don't buy it. See, that's the thing. I don't buy any of these stories.
So if the Sandinistas like raped like people who were supporting the Contras, would you say that is valid and moral to do?
Obviously not, but I'm not really convinced. So at best, like this is something I could imagine. I could imagine a really ugly war in which both sides commit atrocities, but you are specifically shut the fuck up. You are specifically fed only the crimes of the Sandinistas and what a bunch of horrible people. But the context could very well be that everyone's horrible, right? So it's like I'm not inclined to believe this specific villainization of the Sandinistas. I don't even know if what you're saying is true, but even if it was true, I highly doubt, just from what I know about the history of U.S.-funded crimes in Latin America, funding thugs, funding terrorists, funding mercenaries, funding death squads, including death squads that have raped nuns with dogs. Yeah, the U.S. has funded death squads in, I think, Guatemala that raped nuns with dogs. So they've done a lot of bad shit in Latin America. Whatever story you're giving me about the Sandinistas doesn't come anywhere near close to the far-right death squads funded by the fucking CIA during the Cold War. Okay? So I don't really buy any of the things you're saying.
This funny characterization, death squads. It's like you're trying to paint them like fucking Nazis, all right?
They were Nazis! Hold on! They literally were Nazis! The Nazis who fled to Argentina, the Nazis after the war who got sanctioned from the CIA, literally were fucking Nazis that carried out these fucking crimes. In Chile, you had that fucking farm of incest and rape and pedophilia of children that the Allende government sent opposition figures to. They literally were Nazis, dude. What are you talking about? I mean, that is literally where they fled, and they were employed as mercenaries by the CIA to commit these various atrocities. This was especially true in Latin America. It was also true in Africa, but especially true in Latin America.
Wait, okay. So this death squad thing. So a House Intel committee said basically, and I quote, "The staff has uncovered no evidence that U.S. intelligence officials or U.S. intelligence policy in any way."
Wait. So the U.S. decided that the U.S. has cleared itself of any wrongdoing. Is that what you're saying? The American government has absolved itself of any wrongdoing. The American government decided to investigate itself, and it found no wrongdoing on its own part, right? Brilliant logic. So if the Angolan government, if the Sandinista government did a same investigation and found no crimes on its part, you would say that's propaganda, and we have no reason to fucking believe that. But if the literal United States government investigates itself and clears itself of any wrongdoing, we're supposed to fucking take that at face value. You are so fucking brainwashed. You are the definition of the blue pill. You are the definition of the blue pill. You are so fucking brainwashed. It is out of this world. Like, I cannot believe how much fucking fluoride do you consume, dude? Your tap water, stop drinking tap water, dude. Just stop drinking tap water.
Wait, someone just DM'd me and said, "I'm a communist and I agree all these human rights abuses occurred."
Wait, you realize Vaush calls himself a communist and that word carries no currency anymore in the United States? Shut the fuck up, dude. Even Vaush, who supports NATO, calls himself a fucking communist. That word carries zero currency at all. It doesn't fucking mean anything in the United States. So let's not talk about communism, because I'm pretty sure a Ron Paul libertarian would agree with all the things that I'm fucking saying right now. It's not about ideology, it's about the facts.
Wait, let me get this straight. So you called the Sandinistas based and Chad and like all that. They raped and murdered like thousands of people.
No, billions. Just say billions. Why not say billions? Since we're lying, just say trillions. They raped and murdered trillions of people. Continue.
Sandinistas also gained power via an illegal coup. They also tried regime changes in El Salvador and Belize and other countries. That's the reason why America.
So hold on. So when America funds color revolutions, they call these the springtime of the people. It's the democracy spring. It's the Arab Spring. But when the revolutions happen in Latin America, these are coups being exported by the Sandinistas and the Soviets. This is what George Orwell called doublespeak, ladies and gentlemen. This is so fucking pathetic. This language you're using. Don't fucking sit here and try to, use this semantics language games of trying to. It's the epitome of fucking hypocrisy. You're just speaking doublespeak right now.
So basically, you said like you criticizing America for getting involved in South America. Do you know the reason why America started funding like El Salvador and the Contras?
Oh, just out of the goodness and graciousness of its own heart.
No, actually, the ICJ, the International Court of Justice.
So they were just following the law. It wasn't about protecting the interests of American capitalists and American businesses. It wasn't about trying to destroy the Soviet Union in Latin America. It wasn't about the CIA trying to consolidate its global vision of control. No, it's not about safeguarding the Bretton Woods system of the USD's hegemony. It's none of those things. The actual reason is because some made-up bullshit institution created by the Americans themselves decided that the Americans should go and do something that just so conveniently happens to fall right into the interests of the American capitalist class at the time. Is that what you're trying to say?
So, no, what happened was El Salvador explicitly asked Ronald Reagan and the United States for defense.
You mean the puppet, the El Salvadorians who were already puppets of the American ruling class?
The Sandinistas dick so hard. The Sandinistas were trying to set up a regime change, which apparently the CIA does.
I understand. So it's regime change when the Sandinistas do it, but when America does it, it's like it's a springtime of the people, right? So Maidan was the Ukrainian people rising up in a glorious democratic revolution. But when the Sandinistas are helping revolutionaries, that's regime change. Got it. Totally not double speak. Totally not double speak.
Wait, this is so funny. The Sandinistas were so bad at regime change, like so bad at bolstering Nicaraguan people that when they finally introduced democracy, they fucking voted the Sandinistas out. They were that fucking bad. They raped and murdered thousands. You're just coping right now.
Yeah, I think you're the one coping because as far as I can tell,
I'm the one-
Daniel Ortega is well loved and yeah. See, the problem here is that you're saying that I'm the one coping, and that you're the one who has to come with all even the mainstream academia will not agree with the dumb fucking bullshit that you're saying. Nobody would agree with the dumb bullshit that you're saying right now. But I'm the one coping. You are the one who has to convince people that the world is has a consensus that the U.S. is the villain in the story of Latin America. That's just the world's consensus. So you have the job. You have the job of coping your way out of that fact. What do I have to cope about? What do I have to cope about? All of the shit that I'm saying is commonplace. I mean, you go to if you go to any fucking academic institution anywhere in the world, they're just going to confirm what I said. So it's why do I have to be the one who's coping? Isn't the burden on you to prove everyone's lying about what happened? Actually, the U.S. were heroes.
I've got reports which say Sandinistas had mass graves every year. Read the IAC.
Okay. So this is what you want. So it's just like when Gaddafi was giving his soldiers Viagra, right? It's that kind of thing.
Wait. Let's get to Gaddafi real quick. So the mass murder of innocent and peaceful Arab Spring protesters. Yeah, that's obviously he deserved to die for that. Obviously.
Yeah, except the only evidence we have of any of those crimes that he allegedly committed come from the people who would have benefited from his toppling, aka NATO and NATO's puppets.
Hey, real question: do you think it was illegal to intervene in Libya?
Yes.
Wait, okay, so it wasn't. So under UNSC Resolution 1973, a no-fly zone was established and enforced by NATO, and basically it said this resolution.
NATO went far beyond the bounds of what. There's two facets of that. First of all, NATO went far above and beyond the bounds of what that UN resolution permitted it to do. Second of all, Russia and China at that time were not assuming a bold anti-hegemonic stance, so they abstained from the vote. Okay, but that alone does not prove its legality.
Do you think Libyans supported the intervention by America?
No, they did not.
Oh, that's crazy because a Gallup poll showed that.
Okay, again. If we had a Soviet or Chinese poll that was serving its own interests, like in Afghanistan, so when the Soviets invaded Afghanistan, if a Soviet poll said most of the Afghans are pro-Soviet, you would say that's propaganda. But if the Gallup poll goes to fucking Libya, why are you fucking sitting here trying to convince me that these are some neutral, godlike, omnipotent institutions that are totally not tied to the U.S. and its interests in some kind of fucking way? It's a comedy, dude. You have to understand, you're talking to someone who's coming from a perspective of multipolarity. So when you talk to me about the Gallup poll and you're talking to all these fucking Western polls and shit, I'm thinking in my head, okay, these people are aligned with the West. We're not going to be able to arrive at a position of truth or unbiased here because it's like if I told you the Soviet poll said that the Afghans welcome the Soviets, I mean, you would dismiss that as propaganda, and rightfully so. It would be fucking propaganda. But I can't do the same thing about the Gallup poll in Libya, and from the Western media. I mean, look. Do you think? Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think the Western press is independent?
Depends. What
do you think the mainstream media, which is owned by three total companies in total, right? Do you think it's independent?
NGOs, they're not governmental.
Okay, perfect. Do you think NGOs are independent and not infiltrated by the CIA through Rockefeller Ford Foundation money?
No, Haas, you're schizo-posing. Come on.
Okay, so I'm schizo-posing because I'm talking about the very prominent and widely acknowledged role of the Ford Foundation, NGO, philanthropic laundering organizations like the Ford Foundation, which were used by the CIA to funnel money into NGOs that it supported. That's schizo.
Haas, you're not allowing me to disprove your first point, which we still have not. You still not allowed me to. So this idea that it was unpopular is absolute bullshit. So 75% of Libyans favored NATO's military intervention in Libya in 2011.
Yeah. It's just not true. It's just not true.
The theme is, the people they blame the most for Libya's awful position? Russia. They blame Russia the most. So
did you get that from Bellingcat?
Wait, hold on. So there was a Gallup.
What's your source? Your source is a Western source. Why would I believe only a Western source? Is there a Russian source I can look at?
No, this is the skit.
Well, I want a Russian source. I don't want just a Western source. I want a Russian source, and then I can balance both of them and see, truth is probably somewhere, maybe in the middle. I don't know. But You can't just fucking throw at me a pro-Western source that says, "Oh, Libyans love the West and they hate the West's biggest enemy, which is Russia." Oh, how convenient that it just like is fully in the interests of the globalists to topple the Libyan government. So let me ask you a question. Do you think it is improbable to assume that Gaddafi's plan for an indigenous African currency off of the petrodollar had something to do with them trying to topple him?
No.
So the African dinar, that had nothing to do with it, right? That would not be a threat to the like legacy of the Bretton Woods system and the petrodollar. Like an African currency that is exclusively backed up by Africa's own resources and minerals, that would not upset the world economic order in a way that the Western elites would lose bigly on, right?
There's a reason why 61% of people in Libya disapproved of Russia because they fund fucking terrorists in Libya. Are you retarded?
So speaking of terrorists, did ISIS and Al Qaeda play a prominent role in the beautiful democratic revolution against Gaddafi?
Wait, why has Al Qaeda got to do with like NATO and the CIA and all those?
How old are you?
I don't get your
How old are you?
I'm not answering.
I almost refuse to engage someone so fucking ill-informed that they would ask such a stupid fucking question. You're asking me what does Al Qaeda have to do with the fucking CIA in Libya? Do you not know anything?
Wait, this is so funny because
Even Western media has admitted even Western media admitted the CIA worked with Al Qaeda in Syria. That's not even a secret, you fucking idiot.
Wait, do you think Al Qaeda was created by CIA?
Hold on, we went from the CIA worked with Al Qaeda in Libya to the CIA created Al Qaeda, right? Nice shifting of the goalposts. Okay, so if you're gonna deny a fact as simple as that, I don't think you are informed enough to debate about this in general.
Wait, the CIA have never worked with Al Qaeda in anything ever.
Would you bet money on that?
Okay. Yes, absolutely.
How much?
$100.
Okay.
Wait, no. Can I ask you a genuine question though? What with the okay, what about
You guys know what to do.
with,
Just give me the sources and fact checking in the Discord because.
I think you're a bitch. And
So Jake Sullivan admitted it in his emails. Okay, so.
I have no idea who that is.
Okay. Well, I mean, because you're just not you're just not fucking educated.
Wait, I'm not educated, but you said the Sandinistas were based? What?
Okay, that first of all, that's a normative opinion, whereas that's an opinion, whereas you're just getting the facts wrong. Me saying the Sandinistas are based is not a question of fact, that's a question of opinion. You have gotten the actual facts wrong. You have literally said the CIA has never worked with Al Qaeda, which is just a categorically false statement.
Wait, there's no Al Qaeda intervention in 2011 in Libya. There's no evidence of that.
Okay, Al Qaeda definitely played a very prominent role in overthrowing
what role they
Gaddafi.
played? What role did they play?
Okay, are you a troll? Like, is this a troll or something?
So I'm asking you a question.
They played an extremely prominent role in determining.
That's a very vague.
Okay, so
Wait. Chat just linked Operation Cyclone. Like, that's a gotcha. But Operation Cyclone funded the Mujahideen, not Al Qaeda.
Okay, so Al Qaeda and the CIA have definitely worked together in Syria and Libya, and possibly elsewhere.
So now, oh my god. So in Syria as well, right?
Of course, in Syria, yes.
Just to be clear, the initial claim was that they've never worked with Al Qaeda ever.
Right, they've never worked. The CIA and Al Qaeda have never worked together. No, that's bullshit.
Okay, so if it were true in either Libya or wherever else, right, you would still owe him $100.
Sure.
Which you can actually get in the YouTube chat where you can watch the stream.
I will do that, sure, but he'll have to. And if he links me like Operation Cyclone where he funded the Mujahideen, that I won't accept that.
So okay, so here it is. Here's a source. After Jake Sullivan chirped to his boss about Al-Qaeda being on our side in Syria, he advocated for more covert arms shipments to the Syrian insurgency the jihadist group was leading. So here's what he said in his email from WikiLeaks, unclassified. Sullivan, see last item. AQ is on our side in Syria. Otherwise, things have turned out as expected. So this is it. AQ is on our side in Syria. Right here.
No idea.
I'm showing it on stream right now. This is a unclassified cable, or it was a leaked cable that was classified between him and Hillary Clinton. Jake Sullivan and Hillary Clinton. This is like the tip of the iceberg. It's literally common sense, common knowledge.
Hold on. Can you link the hyperlink or the URL so I can look at it myself?
Okay, where will I link it?
Oh, I don't know. Wait, hold on. Let me fucking find your YouTube channel. What's your name? Infrared? What a shit name.
Are you trolling, by the way? Because I don't know. I can't tell if this is like a joke.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think that do
you know how to send super chats? Because you owe me $100. So do you know how to like do that or?
Wait, no, I don't owe you $100 yet.
Well, you do owe me $100. Like,
so wait,
like it's like a very easy $100. Okay, so here's CBS News. Libyan intel document. This is another one. I just showed you one that gives it's like okay.
I don't trust it. Sorry.
Okay, Libyan intel docs show ties to CIA renditions.
Wait. That doesn't say about Al Qaeda. What?
The intelligence documents were left behind when Tripoli fell to the levels. Okay, let's see. Comes as a surprise, the CIA. Many of these same countries. Yeah, this is the wrong one.
Wait, I'm looking at
this is the wrong link.
By CBS, right? Wait.
No, the CBS one is a red herring. Should be completely ignored.
It's a red herring. Okay.
Yeah, it should be ignored.
Yeah, why is it gonna be red, huh?
I'm so done. Oh my god.
But I already showed you from Jake Sullivan's leaked emails. Hold on, wait.
Wait, you're this one that you're looking at, Libyan intel does show ties to CIA renditions.
Yeah, that was referring to cooperation between the CIA and the Libyan government apparently. So that was a wrong link.
Yeah,
that was linked to me wrongly.
So you took the wrong source, so it doesn't prove your point, right?
Yeah, but you're ignoring the thing from Jake Sullivan. Because can you address that?
What do you mean? Oh, the Jake Sullivan
Yeah.
thing? Yeah, sure. Yeah, so basically, oh my god, I'm being fucking spammed by a retard. Hold on, let me block him. Block me.
While he's saying that, so for some reason, Haas, people really want you to know that Data has an anime PFP.
Yeah, I mean, I could already tell. I mean, like these are things I can pretty much intuit. But yeah,
Your article says the thing that says that Al Qaeda was on their side in terms of being against the regime, not that they worked with them. Paid them.
No, they did work with them because Al Qaeda was leading those forces that they were funding.
No, you're conflating two things. So they can be Al Qaeda and the CIA.
Okay, so you're basically twisting yourself into a pretzel to avoid.
No, wait. Hold on, Haas. Slow down, please. So basically, this Jake Sullivan guy, it shows that yes, Al Qaeda and the CIA were both ideologically opposed to Libya, but not that they worked together. That is the difference.
They
right?
have
Do you
worked
understand
together.
that's the difference?
Yes, they did.
No, they are both ideologically opposed to each other. Al Qaeda had no presence within Libya. What? No, this Jake Sullivan guy literally says, yes, we are both ideologically opposed.
Okay, so what was the Al-Nusra Front?
Oh, why are you just skipping?
Was the Al-Nusra Front an Al-Qaeda organization? Can we agree on that?
The Al-Nusra Front?
Yeah.
Let me think. Yeah, the Al-Qaeda in Syria, right?
Okay. So, did the CIA help the Al-Nusra Front?
No, there's no U.S. connection. In fact, we designate them as a foreign terrorist organization. We hate them. Like, we fucking bomb them. Like, what?
So, the U.S. did not help the Al-Nusra Front in any capacity?
In any, I mean, there's a Washington Post article I've read that says that we ship Syrian weapons against the Al-Nusra Front, like against them.
What?
We never helped the Al-Nusra Front. We never supported them.
We did help the Al-Nusra Front.
No.
Okay. So at this point, I can't tell if you're like trolling or if you're making like an earnest commitment.
You're just making very vague statements with no like substantial evidence, right? Wait, if we were so for the Al-Nusra Front, why would we designate it as a FTO, and why would we bomb them?
Okay.
It's very weird.
So, do you know what timber sycamore is?
Oh my fucking god, I'm gonna kill myself. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. Yeah, I know what that is. Yeah, I know what you're gonna say, and it's just bullshit.
Okay. So why is it bullshit?
It doesn't exist.
Timber sycamore didn't exist.
Wait. Let me just see something real quick.
So you're saying timber sycamore did not exist?
Yeah.
Okay, so what would you need for it to be proven that timber sycamore existed?
Firstly, can you tell me what you think it means? What do you think timber sycamore?
Okay, I'll just read the Wikipedia to you. It was a classified weapons supply and training program run by the United States Central Intelligence Agency that supported by some Arab intelligence services, including Saudi intelligence. It supplied money, weaponry, and training to rebel forces fighting Assad in the Syrian civil war. Can we agree on that?
What?
Well, you just said it doesn't exist. So did it exist or not? Did the CIA have a classified weapons supply and training program to fund the Syrian rebels, the moderate rebels?
I would say no.
Okay, what would you need to be convinced that was the case?
Wait, can I just tell you something real quick? I wish I could send you articles, but sorry, a link. A federal court said it didn't exist.
Okay, so the Western press that was reporting timber sycamore were lying.
Wait, I wish I could send these in the chat.
So then, is the New York Times lying?
Wait, hold on.
Because the New York Times reported on it.
Hold the phone, Jesus. Okay, Dewey, can you post this in the chat? So this is a federal court which says this thing that he's alleging that happened never actually happened. There you go.
What?
Someone keeps on DMing me. You're too smug for your shit IQ. That's funny. Yeah, this timber sycamore thing never happened. I have no idea what you're on about.
So timber sycamore never happened, despite that the New York Times admitted that it did.
The New York Times also put out an article that said we never ran drugs into LA via Contras.
Why did the New York Times? How do you know timber sycamore didn't exist?
Well, because the federal court said it didn't.
Is that a reliable standard of evidence?
Absolutely, more than
why is it a reliable standard of evidence for the feds to deny something the feds created that would embarrass them and cause a scandal?
Is a fed. You think everyone's a fed who's against you, right? That's funny.
Okay, is the CIA a federal agency?
My federal court evidence was not the CIA.
Okay, is the federal court a federal court?
There's a difference between like a fed and a federal court, right? You understand that?
No, it's literally in the name federal court. Okay, it's a federal court, and you're talking about a federal agency. So yes, they are feds. That's what they are.
If you're taking this on face value, wait. So this is what I mean.
Are you mentally retarded? Are you like retarded in your head? Like, are you? No, actually, are you? Should I know? Do you have anything I should know about?
No, Hans, it's very funny because
You're saying timber sycamore didn't exist because a federal court claimed it didn't, even though the Western press, which has no reason to lie about this, reported it existed.
Wait, didn't you say like 20 minutes ago I cited a press from the West and you said I'm not going to trust this?
Yeah. But you have to balance all the relevant interests. Why would the Western press lie about something like this, if not because of the fact they have no way of covering it up?
Why would the Western press lie about the Sandinistas killing people?
Because they can get away with lying about it.
What?
Yeah, if they can lie about something that serves their interests, but when they start saying things that go against their own interests, you know they're telling the truth. Because why would they otherwise, if not for the fact that they have no way of covering it up?
No, so basically, let's just like overview like everything that we've accepted today. All right. So the Al Qaeda never had any presence within.
Okay, I think you're taking up. You're just like trying to take time. Are you gonna run me my money or not? Because Timber Sycamore certainly does exist. It did prove cooperation between the CIA and the Al Nusra Front, aka Al Qaeda. That's just like open, transparent, clear evidence, and that means you owe me $100.
This is so funny because your own Wikipedia article says it didn't fund Al Nusra Front. It said it backed rebels fighting alongside the Al Nusra Front, not the Al Nusra Front themselves.
Which article?
The Wikipedia page. You read it off. If you
Yeah. So you realize that there's not a clear distinction between these groups at all whatsoever. The Al Nusra, these groups are the Al Nusra Front. There's no Democrat. There was never any democratic, Free Syrian Army was a complete myth. So you're dealing with Al Qaeda and the forces that would become ISIS.
Wait, do you know what a preposition has?
Okay.
Yes. So if I say Timber Sycamore backed rebels fighting alongside.
But you just said Timber Sycamore never existed. So which one is it?
No. I'm not saying it did exist. I'm saying your article itself even says it never funded the Al Nusra Front. It said it funded rebels fighting alongside, not the Al Nusra Front itself. So your own.
So if they're fighting alongside the Al Nusra Front, does that make them a part of the Al Nusra Front?
No, that does not mean you're part of the Al Nusra Front. Because if they were, it would have just taken out that preposition and just said it funded the Al Nusra Front.
Okay, U.S. supplied weapons ended up in the hands of the Al Nusra Front.
Okay, so if they supplied weapons to person X and it ended up going in person Y's hand, but not because we intended to do so, that's not us funding them.
It pretty much is because, yes, it is.
This is the same meme when people go, we funded the Mujahideen in Afghanistan in the 1990s, and all the weapons have managed to fall in the hands of Al Qaeda. We must have funded Al Qaeda.
You mean the Taliban? I don't know why the fuck you're talking about Al Qaeda, but
sorry, the Taliban. Yeah, no, the Taliban. Yeah, sorry. This is the same retarded logic that is basically we fund person X. And just because we fund person X and those funds and weapons go in the hands of
okay,
person
there is
to fund person Y.
So there is plenty of evidence the CIA has worked with Al Qaeda in Syria and in Libya.
None yet. I'm amazed.
So there is no standard by which you're going to admit you were wrong.
Wait, I will. No, this is the thing. So you said, hold on, let's go over like all the different evidence you've supplied that the CIA have worked with Al Qaeda. Okay, you said firstly they were Al Qaeda was in Libya in 2011 with the CIA, right? However, you supplied your evidence, which only said that Al Qaeda and the CIA.
So in order for the CIA to work with Al Qaeda, do they literally have to like sit together in a room and like smile and be friendly with each other and like create common plans? Isn't there like indirect ways that they could work together? Why does it have to be that they directly have to like be in a room together and it has to work that way?
I never said that. You're just putting words in my mouth.
Okay. Do you think the CIA usually ever will directly fund anything? No. They always use proxy groups. Whether it's the listen, you don't know how the CIA works is your fucking problem. You are literally here trying to make it seem like the U.S. federal government slated money to be sent for Al Qaeda. No, that would cause a national scandal. But what they did do was they funded groups that were, for all intents and purposes, part of the Al Nusra Front, but they just arbitrarily decided, no, this is a separate group, just so they wouldn't be accountable for doing so.
Wait, Haas, slow down. You just said the CIA never directly has never directly funded anyone. Do you know what Operation Cyclone is?
Again, even in Operation Cyclone, it wasn't a direct paycheck, but between the CIA and the Mujahideen.
Well, obviously ISI's got involved, yes, because that's how international law works. But
okay, well, okay. So what's your fucking point?
My point is the CIA directly fund people all the time.
Not really, no. It's actually pretty rare. for the CIA's
Oh, I just
own
gave
federal budget to be used to like use that money to fund people. No, but it's not how it works. It has various front groups, various philanthropies, various arms manufacturers, various allies in the U.S. military, or not allies, but contacts in the U.S. military, various private, corporations. It doesn't do it in the direct way that you think. And usually the way that they fund the groups that they want to fund, sometimes they won't even directly send them, shipments or packages of arms. They'll just make those arms very readily accessible to them and conveniently accessible to them, knowing that it's going to be in their hands. So let me ask you a question. Do you think the CIA... Okay, let me ask you two questions. Did the CIA know Al-Qaeda was very prominent in Syria among the rebels? Two, did the CIA somehow not be able to have the foresight to see... Did they not somehow see that their efforts to help these rebels in Syria would also lead to helping Al-Qaeda? Do you think that was like an impossible thing for them to foresee? Oh, we couldn't have known. I mean, we know like just about everything about Al-Qaeda, apparently. We know that they're in Syria, but we could have never expected that our efforts are going to be helping Al-Qaeda.
It's so funny how you like. Firstly, I'll answer the question, but firstly, it's so funny how like you speak in these vague terms, like you have no fucking clue what you're talking about, right? You say like various, you say oh, there's so many, or all of that shit, right? You just don't know what you're talking about, all right? I'll answer the question. Firstly, you've shifted the question. You firstly stated that Al Qaeda and CIA had direct intervention, direct presence with each other.
When did I say that? Can you roll me back? I don't really remember saying direct at all.
Okay. This is so funny. Okay, so you've shifted the question entirely now to like could the CIA,
general situation. This is a leaked cable. Okay, internally, events are taking a clear sectarian direction. B, the Salafist, the Muslim Brotherhood, and AQ, that means Al-Qaeda, are the major forces driving insurgency in Syria. This is a leaked cable.
Yeah, I don't care if they're the main driving force. You need to prove to me the CIA funded them.
You need proof that the CIA funded the insurgents when they admitted Al-Qaeda was the leading force among those insurgents?
Wait, we didn't fund them though. I may accept the claim that we funded certain people and it fell into the hands of Al-Qaeda, but that's not funding Al-Qaeda.
So unless we literally write a check slated to Al-Qaeda directly, we're not funding Al-Qaeda.
No. That's not you're strawmanning me to fucking hell right now, right? What my point was is if we fund person X and somehow our funding happens to
That's not a somehow when you are in direct possession of knowledge that allows you to know that the person you are funding is being led by Al-Qaeda. You already know that's the case. So don't fucking say it somehow lands in Al-Qaeda's hands like it's a fucking accident or something, because it's not. Because the intelligence was already fucking there that Al-Qaeda was fucking leading them in Syria. So stop weaseling your way out of sending me this $100 fucking. You fucking pussy.
You need to prove to me the CIA had the intentionality of all of these resources falling into the hands.
Okay, all I have to do to prove that is to prove to you the CIA knew Al-Qaeda was leading the insurgents in Syria.
That's not true at all.
Yes, it is. Because if the CIA knows that Al-Qaeda is leading the insurgents and the CIA funds the insurgents, the CIA knows that its funding of the insurgents is going to help Al-Qaeda and fund Al-Qaeda. So that establishes the intention. Now, just because they specifically didn't handpick Al-Qaeda to do the job themselves doesn't fucking mean it's not within the scope of their intention to fund Al-Qaeda.
No,
you are a rat. You are a fucking rat. Just admit you're a broke bitch who can't fucking run me my fucking money. You are a rat. You are a broke bitch.
I don't want to lie. Wait, I'll leave. Hold on, let me just tell you one thing. Intentionality is not when you fund a group and the prominent group of that area takes that resource.
No, it is when you know that the prominent group is the one leading that group you're helping. It is. If you didn't know where your resources are going to end up, that's one thing. But if you already knew where they were going to end up, that does establish intention.
They didn't know. You haven't proved that.
Yes, they did. They did know it was going to be that because they already established that Al-Qaeda was leading the insurgency in Syria.
That's not true, though, because when you...
But they literally admitted that in their own fucking words.
Wait. No, this is funny. This is funny because when you quoted like who was leading the insurgency, you didn't single out Al Qaeda. You named like, a
Okay,
bunch of
so
different
do you think there is much you think there's a hard line between the Salafists, the Muslim Brotherhood, and the Al Qaeda? You don't think there's like very clear overlap between all those things? You think there's like a strict line between all those three things? Salafists, Al Qaeda are Salafists, the Muslim Brotherhood, who in the Syrian context are known to mingle and intermix with Al Qaeda, and then Al Qaeda itself. You think there's somehow like this direct, discrete line between all these things, which you're arbitrarily establishing?
This is so funny because your own Wikipedia page on Timber Sycamore makes a distinction. Yes.
Okay, I don't care if the Philip Cross funded Wikipedia, or not funded, edited Wikipedia makes the distinction. I want you to make the distinction. What is the distinction between the groups the CIA funded and Al Qaeda? You make it in your own words, since you're so knowledgeable.
And then you go against Wikipedia to disprove my point?
Yeah, again, you have to balance all relevant interests. I can in one context use Wikipedia as evidence, and in another context question some of the things it's based on the relevant balance of interests. Wikipedia, this is, you dumb retard, stupid, shut your cunt mouth for 1 fucking second. Wikipedia has no fucking reason to lie about the existence of Timber Sycamore. The reason we fucking know that is because there is direct proof that the MI6 edits Wikipedia on a daily fucking basis. Why would they fucking lie about something that makes them look bad? They have no reason to do that. Within that article, of course they have a fucking reason to make a hard distinction between groups that they're... And they didn't even make a hard distinction, by the way, between the groups that they're funding and Al Qaeda. So yes, you have to balance all of the relevant fucking interests. You peanut-brained fucking idiot. You're a peanut-brained retard, low IQ retard, peanut-brained dumb fuck who can't even comprehend the actual argument being made.
Haz, this is the most disingenuous shit ever. I basically say I use Western source, bad. Western source, bad.
Retard. The retard doesn't understand context. This retard literally doesn't know how to situate a source in the context of the relevant balance of different interests. You are mentally retarded. Like, there's no way anyone can get through to you. You're actually mentally retarded. You have no notion of the possibility of why would they lie about themselves. This is literally an argument that cannot penetrate your peanut brain skull. Your small peanut brain skull retard skull case. You are a fucking retard. You are a fucking low IQ dumb fuck. It literally cannot occur to you that a criminal has no reason to lie about their own crime when they're in fucking court, so they're probably telling the fucking truth. You fucking dumbass. You literally can't even comprehend this argument. It's a baffling level of fucking stupidity. It's a baffling level of fucking stupidity.
Okay, so I think we've kind of reached the end of that one. Data, while you're gathering up the money, let us know when you've got it so we can announce that you've sent it to Haz in the YouTube chat. Pepe Pinochet, you're up next. Go for it, mister.
Yeah, so I've just been like listening a little bit more. Like I said, like I haven't really listened to you much before, but I have never heard so many low IQ fucking inbred takes totally fucking coping for the barbaric savagery of a bunch of fucking tankies, past, such as the Sandinistas. I mean, I heard that Holodomor shit, okay, and obviously, yeah, all right, there was some fuck ups when it came to trying to modernize how they grow crops and everything. But like, what I want to ask is, how is that? By the way, I don't know if you've heard of a fucking body trimmer, but how is a short little fucking man like you gonna reach fucking communism when you can't even reach the top fucking shelf?
That's funny coming from a completely anonymous, probably a fat, greasy fuck who won't even show their fucking face, talking shit about my fucking appearance. You're a pussy. You sound like a fat fuck. You sound like a fat, obese fuck. You're an anonymous, fat, obese fuck on the internet talking about my appearance. You already took the fucking L, bitch. You already took the fucking L, bitch. You're a fat, anonymous, greasy, fat fuck. You already took the fucking L. You're a fat fuck. I'm deciding you're a fat fuck because you're anonymous, and there's no way for us to know otherwise.
No, listen to me, you fat little man. Like, you want to come onto the server?
Yeah. The difference is everyone can already see me, you fat, greasy, obese bitch. Everyone can already see me, you fat, greasy, obese bitch. No one can see you. No one can see you, you anonymous pussy. You probably have you sound like you have a vagina.
Literally be in my profile.
You're speaking out of your vagina. Can you speak more clear? You're speaking out of your vagina. All right, let's look at this ugly fuck. Let's look at this ugly fuck that's talking.
There's a reason why Pinochet had helicopters.
Where's this ugly fuck that's talking?
And it was amazing.
Okay, you are flexing with no biceps, and you look short. How fucking tall are you?
I'm 5'11". I'm not short.
You're like 2 inches. So you're like 2 inches taller than me. You're talking about my height. You're a fucking manlet. You're also a manlet, bitch. You're not a fucking tall guy. You're not over 6 feet. Yeah, you're like 2 inches taller than me, you fucking dumbass. Why the fuck are you talking about height? And look how fucking you are fucking narrow as hell. You have no biceps. What are you flexing for with those fucking noodle arms? Look at those fucking noodle arms. What are you flexing for? What are you flexing for, noodle arms? What are you flexing for?
Who am I flexing for? I was flexing in a fucking picture, you dumbass.
Nobody can see shit. I don't know why you're flexing. You may as well not flex. It don't make a fucking difference. Can't even see any muscle there.
Oh, okay. Well,
Zero
I
biceps.
a lot better than your fat ass. I can promise you that. Much fucking better looking.
No, you're not, bitch. You're not. You're not. Your small ass profile picture. We can't even see how you look that well with that small ass profile picture. But you look like an ugly retard. You look like an ugly retard. That's the truth. You look like an ugly, skinny retard, and you're even like relatively short enough to have an advantage in lifting, and you're still a skinny, short, flabby retard. So I don't know why you're coming to me talking about my appearance.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pepe. Killjoy, you're up. Go for it. Killjoy, any second. Wait, can you not unmute yourself? I think you can. If you can't, it's gonna be really awkward because I can't find you. Okay, it's gonna be really awkward. 1 second. I can confirm that Pepe. I mean, I've seen him on Kim. He's not fat, but I feel like he's spiritually fat. And I feel like he has like the soul.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he'll be fat in a few years at least. He's got the mentality.
It'd be like that. All right, what up, bro? How you been, Hutch?
All right, I guess.
Earlier we were, yeah. I mean, whatever that was. I was talking to you on Spaces the other day, and actually, I want to continue this conversation. How do you, as a parent Muslim and a socialist, reconcile the fact that communist dictators basically have oppressed like hundreds of, well, at least at the minimum, tens of millions of Muslims? Do you? What are your thoughts on dictators like Enver Hoxha, who's basically like oppressed like Muslims just for like existing? I want you to defend that.
Yeah, I just don't think Muslims were oppressed for existing. I think the clergy were oppressed. I don't really, but there was mosques in even Hoxha's Albania, which is probably the most militantly atheist communist state that ever existed. There were still mosques functioning and open mosques that were there. So, you have to understand.
So the fact that they existed, like, as mosques, means they weren't oppressed. That's your argument.
Well, I mean, people were not, if people were oppressed just for being Muslim, then, it would be illegal to convene religiously. There would not be any imams. You wouldn't be allowed to pray. You wouldn't be allowed to practice your religion, and that's just not true. All communist states had constitutions that enshrined the rights of people to practice how they saw fit. The issue was not people's practices that was oppressed. What was usually oppressed was the independence of the religious clergy. That was the most oppressed thing in the history of communism. And,
aren't you an Ottoman Empire simp? And now you're literally saying, oh, well, communism is justified.
So you kind of have this like little girl anime mentality where you're either simping for something, which means like you're like fantasizing about implementing every aspect of it in the present day, versus like a more mature mentality where you can appreciate aspects of these historical empires and appreciate their historical significance. Kind of like seems like you can't tell the difference between that. So if I say things like there's interesting things about the Ottoman Empire that are overlooked today, that translates into I believe that we should like implement the exact details of the Ottoman Empire. Yeah. So
simping about them.
So like you have that like anime like kind of autistic mentality. Anime kind of mentality when it comes to these things. Yeah. So it's like it just like doesn't really seem like you're like aware of what is actually being said here, or like where everyone is.
You haven't said anything.
Okay. Well, you said that how can you reconcile being a Muslim with the fact that communists have oppressed Muslims? I argue that they didn't oppress Muslims. I would argue that they oppressed the clergy, and I think rightfully so in many cases. I think the clergy did not.
So Enver Hoxha did nothing wrong. That's what you're saying.
Okay, so I don't. So are you in the Olympics or something? Like, how did you make that leap? Like, can I give you like a gold medal? Can I give you a gold medal for making the leap? Can I make you a gold medal for making the leap to Enver Hoxha did not oppress people just because they were Muslim? To Enver Hoxha did nothing wrong. Like, you have like you're like in the you know they need to make those videos about you on YouTube that are like softcore porn where they're showing like these fine ass Olympic women, like these runners and shit. Like, bruh. Honestly, like that could be you. Honestly, just make sure they don't get like.
Are you done?
Make sure like you don't.
I want to ask you a question.
Yeah, make sure they don't make clickbait titles of you. I don't know which way you sway, but you kind of seem like one of those pole jumpers. Like,
do you believe women should be able to wear the hijab freely?
Sure, yeah.
Simple question.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe that Enver Hoxha did not let people wear hijabs?
I'm not aware that he prohibited hijabs unilaterally. I'm just not.
Lord. So you don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, the reason I'm saying that is because the reason I'm saying that is because people claim that about the Soviet Union that they banned hijabs, and yet there's literal footage of Soviet Central Asia.
I'm not talking about the Soviet
Well, I'm just saying. What's your source? What is your source that women in Albania could not wear hijabs? What is your source?
Okay. Are you aware of who Enver Hoxha even was? I'm using this as one example because I'm aware.
You're using the example of the most you're using the example of the most aggressively atheist communist state in history. But even then,
you want to go to Dudayev instead? They blew up Dudayev for no reason, basically for revolting against Russia. Are you going to defend that?
They blew up what?
You call yourself a Muslim, and they literally killed Dudayev, and he was like their most staunch supporter, weren't they?
Can you repeat the name again?
Okay. Do you know who?
Goliath? Sultan Goliath? Is that who you said?
No, Dudayev.
Okay, Dudayev. Which one was he again?
Oh, Lord have mercy. He was one of the most staunch Chechen generals who even led invasions into Afghanistan and then turned on them.
That's during the Civil War. What he was part of? That wasn't the Basmachis, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Who was that?
Why are you asking who that was? I gave you the name.
What time period are you talking about?
I'm talking about the first Civil War of.
So not the 20s, but more recently, like after the Soviet Union. Like, what are you talking about? I'm
talking about post-Soviet Union.
You're talking about post-Soviet Union?
Yeah.
Why?
So
why are you talking about the post-Soviet Union?
Because that was a former Soviet colony, wasn't it?
Okay, you literally just said the word former Soviet colony. Like, dude, are you slow? Like, what is wrong with you? Like,
you have defended Russia, whether they were part of the as the USSR or post.
I mean, there's even less evidence that post-Soviet Russia oppresses Muslims because Muslims enjoy immense rights in Russia, even rights.
They killed the ones who opposed.
No, that was a national insurgency. That was nationalism. It had nothing to do with religion at all.
Yeah, like we can tell how much energy you had before and how much energy you had now. Sitting there going, like, be honest. Don't call yourself.
Okay, you shifted the topic, retard. You shifted the topic. First, we were talking about communism. Now you're talking about Russia. I don't know what you're talking about. First, we were talking about communism. Now you're talking about Russia. I'll talk about both gladly. You gotta focus in on what topic you want to talk about because they're two different things.
Okay. You are not educated enough on Enver Hoxha, and you basically hand-waved.
Okay, I want to ask you, what is your source that Hoxha banned women from wearing hijabs?
Wait, this is well known. What are you talking? Look at
plenty of well-known things are tall tales and myths.
Fine. It's the CIA did. How about that? All right, I made it up. The CIA did.
Yeah, I'll be charitable and do a Google search. Hoxha hijabs. All right, I'll just be charitable. Communist
Literally, look
Albania
at
hijabs. All right, I'll just feature.
pre-Hoja Albania and post-Hoja Albania, and you're gonna sit here and tell me like, oh well, he, you know, like it was just the clergy. He made everybody like, he did nothing wrong. He only got rid of corrupt clergy. Like, are you serious?
I don't know where you're getting the source that the hijab was banned in Albania. I just don't. I'm looking for it on Google. And I can't even find it.
So okay, you already acknowledged that Enver Hoxha was a militant agent, right? You said this earlier.
Yeah.
Okay. What was Albania before Enver Hoxha? Are you aware?
Under the Italian occupation or Nazi occupation.
Okay. What was the culture of Albania before Enver?
It was pre-modern.
Was it pre-modern? And it was what? Majority practicing Muslim, right?
Yeah, and the clergy acted as like chieftains and political leaders as well, part of the tribal culture. That was pre-modern.
They were not the only. They were clearly like
You had the Catholic Church. You had the
governors,
Catholic
you know.
Church, and then you had the local clergy, which regulated the tribal society of pre-modern Albania. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. So why are you sitting here and pretending that post Enver Hoxha Albania did not like uber secularize Albania as a society through militant atheism?
Because that's not
I just wanna
the
understand.
same thing as saying people were oppressed for just being Muslim. It's not. Curtailing the influence and power of these older clergy leaders is not the same thing as prohibiting people from practicing Islam.
They closed down mosques. They didn't allow people to
Well, it
practice
just seems.
unless they
I guess it's
federally
arbitrary because there was plenty of functioning opening mosques in Enver Hoxha's Albania, and they closed. You're saying they closed down some of them, but they kept other ones open. And why did they keep the other ones open? Oh, I don't know. They just decided to. I mean, it's not really consistent. It doesn't make any sense. If their goal was just to ban all religion, they would have banned religion. They didn't. So there has to be a reason for why.
Okay, this is like the same argument as Mao's like, oh well, there was no religion there because Confucianism was a philosophy, so they removed all of the corrupt aspects of it and made it pure. Like this is what you're doing right
Yeah,
now.
I would actually. I would actually make that argument.
Are you a Kemalist?
I would make that argument.
Are you a Kemalist?
I'm not a Kemalist.
Or do you subscribe to
No.
to Kemali
No.
politics? Okay, so if you believe that, do you believe that Kemali politics was inherently antithetical to Islam?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so why are you making this argument for Kemal?
I'm not, because Kemalism is not incompatible with Islam just because it was secular, but more specifically that it was one for one importing the European notion of the nation state, the secular nation state, on a fundamentally non-European civilization. So that's why Kemalism is incompatible with Islam in a way that communism isn't. So communism was basically just about modernization. You want to talk about, though, they oppressed religious people. It wasn't about religion. It was about the way in which those religious leaders were embedded and intertwined with, these pre-modern relations that stunted the development of the people, according to them, materially, right? Stunted their ability to industrialize, to get clean, drinking water access and electricity and, basic things we take for granted in a modern country. And, is that something worth repeating? No, I think we can learn that, that kind of state atheism is definitely a folly, especially with the Middle East. But that doesn't mean that communists, were just oppressing people for being religious. I just reject that view fundamentally.
What? I don't understand why all of the arguments that you're making about Kemalism doesn't exactly apply to Albania, considering it's also a nation. But okay, let's take that.
Well, the main difference is that these communist states were applied to the local circumstances and derived their character from the local circumstances in a way that Kemalism did not. So, for example, Kemalism resulted in places like Istanbul and Ankara being these like isolated urban centers. The rest of Anatolia was pretty much like left behind in this modernizing project. Whereas, you know, you see with
That's fair. I can do
communist
that.
states, there's a huge national civilizational integration. It's a process that encompasses
Let me ask
everyone.
you this. Okay, let me ask. Wait, do you believe that communism is inherently cultural compatible with all of the Middle East? Like, do you actually
I do.
believe that?
I do.
Oh, okay. Okay. How is that even sustainable in your own parents? Your own parents' country can't even deal with itself. Like you by yourself acknowledge that the amount of infighting in the Middle East would not be would be too high to surmount communism as a unifying factor.
Like there was more infighting during the Chinese Civil War, and they managed to unify. I think the Middle East can unify too.
They killed millions during the Chinese Civil War.
During the warlord era of China, where there's just a bunch of warlords. So, you know, empire long divided must unite. Empire long united must divide. It's that kind of thing. The Middle East historically has been unified. The Ottomans, whether you're talking about the various caliphates, whether you're talking about...
Yeah, but those are multi-ethnic empires.
Yeah.
Who were only united based on religion, not communism.
Well, I think there has to be a fusion between Islam as a civilization, because it is a civilization, not just a religious doctrine.
Are you a Baptist?
Am I what?
You keep intertwining communism and modernization. So I feel like this is Baptist politics. So I'm confused about.
No, I'm not a
doing
Ba'athist.
that. Okay, but why do you keep using communism and modernization as if like there are no other models of Western or not Western?
There are no alternative paths to modernization for non-Western countries except through communism. Now, there's one exception I can think of. One,
What?
and it's...
How are you saying this? You're Arab.
Nope. The Ba'athist failed. I can explain why the Ba'athist failed completely.
Forget Ba'athist. Tell me, why aren't the Gulf states modern in your eyes?
You're gonna... Stop fucking interrupting me and shut your cunt mouth and let me speak. Okay? So the one exception I can think of, before explaining myself, the one exception I can think of is possibly Iran. But to what extent Iran's modernization is dependent on China that's up in the air, right? Who knows? But the reason the Gulf states have not accomplished the modernization is because modernization is not just having technology. It means modernizing the fundamental social relations that comprise a state. Now, these fundamental relations, even the Gulf states, are still fundamentally tribal, patriarchal, and not in the feminist sense, but just like in the anthropological sense. Tribal, patriarchal, still have those same pre-modern tribal relations they always did. They just have gold to go with it. It's just it's gilded. It's a gilded form. Same primitive social relations that all the Arab states have, except they have more wealth and they have more money because of investment.
Why are you calling it primitive? They're tribes. They have
because since I'm Arab, I'm allowed to call it primitive. That's why.
What kind of this is not relevant. Like I'm South Asian. We have tribes here too. I'm not gonna sit here and go, oh well.
Yeah, the difference is in all of the Arab states there is a tribal. There's social relations that are underlined by a sense of tribal loyalty that has made it impossible to integrate any real civil society with a universal state of any kind. Okay? And modernization accomplishes precisely that. Modernization creates an actual material civil society that affects the material social relations of a civilization. And in many ways, it revives them, right? It doesn't just create them from scratch, it revives them. Just like the Russian one was revived and the Chinese one was revived because these historically have that culture. The Middle East also has a historical material civil society in regards to a universal state, but it's long been dormant, it's long slumbering. Right now, you basically have this warlord era, a bunch of sects and tribes and chieftains fighting amongst themselves. Sooner or later, there's going to be another empire.
Okay, I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to drill down. Why do you believe that deconstructing people's families on a tribal level is necessary to modernize the Arab world?
I don't believe you should deconstruct people's families, but I do think you do have to establish a space or a form of sociality and social relations that are not strictly defined by tribal relations. There has to be some kind of civil society defined by the relation to the universal state.
Did this not exist in every other empire in the Middle
It
East?
did, it did, it did, but it has not existed since European colonialism.
Okay, I will grant you that, but I don't think this is relevant to communism.
It is,
whatsoever.
because what
I think
communism successfully accomplished is reviving precisely that. China historically had the same thing, but it was gone after the century of humiliation, and then it had its warlord era, and then, you know, it had a pretty similar situation. Not exactly similar, but similar at least in the relevant senses. And yeah, so that's similar, right? Russia was similar as well. Russia had the Romanov dynasty, which was since Peter the Great, a westernizing dynasty. The Russian kind of element, the Russian civilization from Muscovy was suppressed, and also from the Mongols was suppressed. And then, you know, communism brought it back. So yes, there's this universal element of the universal civil society that existed in all these Asiatic empires, and communism has historically fulfilled the role of reviving those.
Communism has had the role of suppressing people's culture and religion in favor of trying to form a non-existent classless society, and you're never going to be able to remove
just not
that.
true.
No matter how
That's
much
just
you
that
want to
like that's
deconstruct.
just not true. I mean, it's just not true.
Okay.
No,
Okay,
you don't appreciate you just don't appreciate the fact that communists were never idealists. They were always pragmatic. They didn't care about all these dumb ideals. They were very pragmatic. They were interested in industrializing, modernizing. I mean, like, they didn't care about this, like, oh, we want to build a classless society. I mean, like, that is just so removed from the immediate concerns communists had. You know, and you could say that in terms of propaganda, they'd be like, yeah, we've eliminated the exploiting classes, which in a sense they did. But, you know, it's just this idea that, like, that's what they were motivated by, like, making this ideal utopia is just completely wrong. And it's just historically not true.
Fine. If you're saying they're being practical, the only way to actually practically institute any form of communism in Middle Eastern society is to basically give up half of, like, communist ideals. So I don't understand.
Yeah, I think you're confused about what communism is. Like, I don't know what communist ideals you have in mind. The science of Marxism, if that's what you're referring to, is applicable anywhere. I don't know, like, why, like, what, I don't know what you're talking about, really. You just kind of sounds like you have a really, like, dumb view of what communism is, or wrong view.
Okay. It sounds like you're actually socially liberal when it comes to the Middle East, but conveniently,
No,
like,
I'm not.
right-wing,
I'm actually not socially liberal, because even Iran has had a unique path to modernization that I can appreciate. And Iran has done that by suppressing like, you realize the Iranian state after the revolution has suppressed the patriarchal tribal relations in favor of a civil society of the universal state,
in favor of the clergy.
in the form of the Islamic Republic. The clergy have become abstracted from their previous kind of feudal local context, and that is being overturned by a process of modernization in Iran. So, you know, there's different unique paths to it, but the old rule of the chiefs and the tribes, that's just not sustainable for the Middle East future. It's just not.
You keep mentioning modernization of particular countries in the Middle East. None of them are communists or ever have adopted any sort of communist. You keep mentioning Iran, actually. I actually appreciate that you appreciate Iran. I mean, I'm not even Shia, but the point is, like, where's the communism here in terms of, like, why do
the Iranians have managed to do it without subscribing to communist ideology. But my wager would probably be that for the long-term prospects of the region, communism will probably be necessary in some kind of capacity. You know, maybe I'm wrong, right? Maybe I'm completely wrong. But as far as I can see, Iran is a Shia country, as you said. So its project is going to be it's going to be held back by the sectarianism of the region. I think communism is the only thing that can elevate itself above all of that. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe something else will come. I don't know, but from what I can see, based on historical experience, nobody's successfully done this. You know, people talk about Japan. Japan industrialized because of Western loans. Loans from British and French and even American banks. So, I mean, like, and it was a top-down industrialization, too. So, I mean, like, yeah, I don't really, there's no historical precedent. At the very least, whatever future Islamic thing you have in mind for the Middle East, it's going to have to learn from communism and learn from Marxism, at least in some respects, because they.
Okay. Look, I think the structuralist argument has critiques that everybody can sort of understand, right? But your solutions for them are, as you've already admitted, not necessary. So I have no reason to adopt them.
Yeah, I do definitely think there's aspects of Marxism-Leninism and communism that are necessary. I think that's just irrefutable.
Like
there's going to have to be a way to have a sense of a universal state that's not grounded in any sectarian group, and I think that class struggle is the only path to that.
Isn't that sort of like begging the question? Because your whole argument is, well, we need to revolt against a certain class of people.
No, that's not what class. All class struggle is basically an acknowledgement of the fact that there is a division at the heart of the universal state that is not inherently the form of a nation or a group or an ethnicity. It's an imminent division that has to do with the relations to production and the production even in the abstract sense. I think you have to have some kind of abstract kind of scientific view like that to build a civilization today. I don't like if you can ISIS is the worst example. Iran is probably the best example. But both of those examples are going to be mired in an environment of sectarianism, which neither can succeed in elevating themselves above or beyond. So it's just, it's just you have to think about this. You have to think about what does it mean to build a truly universal state? How do you do that without just emulating the modernistic Western universalism, which is just of the citizen, which is still has all of these like the baggage of all these like prejudices, national prejudices, and whatever civilizational prejudices. How do you build a universal state how do you pursue a non-Western path of development and build a universal state? That's the question you have to ask.
Basically, what you said earlier, Iran.
I don't think Iran has succeeded.
Or Pakistan.
No, I don't think Iran has succeeded.
Why? Aren't you the guy who always says like, well, it's America's fault for sanctions and CIA?
No, so that's a big part. But there's also the aspect of the sectarianism, both ethnic and religious, that the Islamic Republic I don't think has.
You're never going to get rid of that just because you institute some
right,
idea
right,
of
but there's a huge danger within Iran of, for example, Azeri separatism, the issue with Azerbaijan. That's a huge issue. You also have the issue of Iran in the region is being treated as like a pariah because it's Shia, so there's a sectarian aspect. Also, there's the aspect of them being Persian that's caused problems. So it's like you have all these other problems, which I'm not saying those can be wished away or they could disappear, but a universal state based on the dictatorship of the proletariat, so based on class struggle, I think does situate itself at least in a way that allows itself to be critical of all these things from a distance.
I think the biggest critique of what you're saying is you're replacing a boogeyman with another boogeyman, and it will never go away. So I think we should just
it's class struggle. Class struggle is not about a boogeyman. It's just about recognizing there's a division within the universal state that's imminent, and that's what dialectics is about. It's about understanding the objectivity of contradictions. Mao said there's primary contradictions and there's secondary contradictions. And class struggle is a secondary contradiction most of the time. It's not something you can just dismiss as like, it's an internal division you just acknowledge you have, first and foremost.
Okay. All societies acknowledge that within government or centralized plan.
The United States.
Really?
Nope.
You don't think?
Nope. The United States doesn't acknowledge that. It does not recognize that there's class distinctions at a formal state level. There's no institution or organ of the state that recognizes this. There are extra formal institutions that enforce the rule of the ruling class, which are hidden and kept out of sight, the deep state. So certainly that exists, but there's no like communist party that enshrines a recognition of the class struggle constitutive of the universal state.
You don't need communism to recognize that there's a class struggle between multiple classes.
Well, hold on. At the level of the state, you do need communism to recognize that. As an individual, at the level of an intellectual individual, you don't need a communist system to recognize that. But at the level of a state, for a state to be able to recognize that, yes, it does have to be communist in some capacity.
I think anyone with I think you're smart enough to understand that anybody with a critical eye can recognize hierarchies within a government.
Okay, but that's different from a state institutionalizing that recognition in some kind of way.
Federalism does that. That's
okay. Federalism is not an institutionalization of the recognition of class struggle. Okay, federalism is the institutionalization of the recognition of regional differences, okay, or differences between different nations, whatever you want to call it, but that is still not specific enough. See, it's still not universal enough. Federalism, which recognizes the distinction between nations, doesn't recognize any division within nations. It's a very complicated kind of Hegelian logic, which it depends if you want me to explain it to you. I don't want to ramble, but you have to understand there's something significant about recognizing that even within a universal state, there's a division that's imminent. It's not a division between two different things. It's an imminent division of one thing with regard to itself.
Okay. What you're saying is that there's a recognition of an internal hierarchy within the government.
No. You just said hierarchy, okay? A hierarchy is a relation between different things. A division, an imminent difference or division, is a division only imminent to one thing. So you're recognizing only one thing, which is the universal subject of a universal state, which is inherently divided in some kind of way. So it sounds paradoxical, right? But that's what dialectics is. And that's what class struggle is. Class struggle begins with the universal citizen after the French Revolution, we the people, whatever you want, the rights of man. And then there's a division there, imminently, that's like a deadlock. It's not a division between two groups. It's not a division between different layers of a discrete hierarchy. It's a division internal to one universal reality.
Okay, fine. There's no point in debating this further because we'll go in circles. But I think this distinction is ultimately theoretical in nature. But anyway, I'm done. Hey, I didn't mean for that to get here. Appreciate it.
Yep, no problem.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Killjoy. Next up, we have the biggest American government show on the server. My pal, my buddy Mike, as soon as I find you. And a second now.
Oh, also, can I ask one last question while you're finding it?
Go for
what do you think of Samira Khan's politics, and what do you think of Hakim's politics?
I know Samira very well, and we don't really disagree on much. However, Hakim to me is just a liberal. He's pretty much he panders to Western leftist audiences. He uses his Iraqi identity to gain clout and legitimacy among them. But ultimately, Hakim is someone who doesn't care about Iraq. He doesn't make any content for Iraqis, for his own country. He panders to Western leftists. He's pretty much a lib. He's the same as BreadTube. He's pretty much, he claims he's against Vaush, but when he talked to Vaush, he didn't actually confront him in any kind of way. He pretty much just sucked him off the whole time. And yeah, Hakim doesn't reflect any of the indigenous, Iraqi communist traditions or history or reality. He's pretty much just like he's pretty much just like a white boy from America, for all intents and purposes, who has...
Wait, this is sort of ironic because, you're Lebanese American.
Yeah, but I'm an American. Okay. I am an American. I live here. I'm a citizen of this country. My audience is American. This is my country, okay? Hakim always talks about how he lives in Iraq, and that's his thing. Oh, I have an Iraqi communist perspective. There's nothing Iraqi about his perspective. His perspective is 100% defined by and tailored for Western leftist audiences.
What is uniquely Iraqi socialist? I've never heard of this concept. Maybe I'm clueless.
Okay, Iraq has its own indigenous communist party. It has plenty of indigenous Marxist. No, an actual communist party. It has plenty of homegrown Iraqi and even beyond Iraq, the Arab world, the Marxist and communist thinkers of the Arab world. How many times has Hakim referenced them or shared anyone anything from their perspective? He hasn't. So
well, they're not meaningful parties.
Yeah, the Iraqi Communist Party is actually pretty prevalent, actually. So I don't know why you're saying that.
Okay.
So
okay, all right.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. Okay, fine.
Okay, thank you again, Killjoy. Okay, next up, Mike, whenever you're ready.
Fantastic. So there's 3 different areas I want to address with you because you just got fucking humiliated before by data. And then another point I want to address. So one of them, you still believe Snowden's fake news about the government spying on everyone, despite his own leaked documents and declassified documents, just proving that in AMA discussion.
You're literally British, dude. You are literally in.
Second point. Data was correct.
Why are the British so? Why do the British have such a vested? Why do the British always have this vested interest in defending our deep state? They always have this vested interest in defending the American deep state. I wonder why.
Of this claim with regards to Al Qaeda specifically is an email that was even declassified by the government through FOIA with regards to Hillary Clinton. Your big blockbuster evidence is a fucking little tab that says, "See last item. Al Qaeda is on our side in Syria." What's that item? One might ask. It's a copy of a fucking news article just talking about Al Qaeda fighting elements of the fucking regime. You're a fucking
yeah, but if that were the only cable, if that were the only first of all,
the other emails also refer to Gaddafi's brutality. Quote, Gaddafi used helicopter gunships in Benghazi to execute people, cut telephone, electricity, water supplies, and so forth. They all deserve to die without trial, like dogs. Curious. Jesus Christ. And then third point is your reference of Matumba Samor, right? Funny that. Someone thought, well, Trump's tweet evidence this thing existed, funding vetted and moderate groups in Syria. But the funny thing is, with FOIA, you have some case law with regards to Glomar, right? And a federal court in 2019 and an appeals court in 2020 said that Trump's tweet made no evidence or even reference to such a thing. You're a fucking idiot.
Okay, Angloid, are you done mouthing off to defend the Anglo-created deep state?
I give you permission to speak.
So why don't you shut your cunt mouth and you don't interrupt me this time, okay?
Respond.
Okay, yeah. So you claim that Snowden's leaks were a bunch of bullshit. I have no reason to believe you about any of that. You also referenced that, shut the fuck up, Angloid. Shut the fuck up. You also said,
Wait, are you saying this?
All right, you know what? Okay, so I'm going to give you 2 options. You shut the fuck up and I just respond to the entire mountain of bullshit you gave me, or we move on to the next speaker and you don't get anything.
That's a curb.
Okay. So I'm going to let you choose. Which one do you choose?
You've chosen death.
So the Angloid literally cannot hear any rebuttal without melting and squealing like a fucking pig.
I'm waiting.
So don't interrupt me, bitch. So you talked about the cable that was leaked by Sullivan, in which he admits, which is actually, well, the proof that shows is that there's an acknowledgement there by the U.S. government that Al-Qaeda is leading the insurgents in Syria. Now, just because he attached an article to prove this doesn't mean anything. After all, I mean, this isn't an internal...
Did you not hear what I said?
All right, get rid of this fucking guy. Just get rid of him. I don't have the patience.
Did you not hear what I said?
Get rid of this fucking... Doobie, get rid of him. He can't... He's not civilized enough to actually debate, so just get rid of him. I gave him so many chances. Just fucking get rid of him. But I will actually... No, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to respond very quickly to what he said, but he's not going to have a chance to say anything back. So, because he's not civilized enough to have an actual debate. He can't restrain himself. He's got that English colonial urge where he's just got to fucking squeal like a fucking pig because he can't actually acknowledge the fact that there's opposing perspectives to him. But that acknowledgement that it's being led by Al-Qaeda, just because they linked an item to back that up, which is an article. Well, we're not talking about an internal CIA cable. We're just talking about people the State Department or people high up in the U.S. government dealing with this acknowledge that it doesn't matter if they're getting this from a news article. They acknowledge that Al Qaeda is leading the insurgents. Now, finally, you didn't even address the other fucking cables that I brought up, according to which there's an acknowledgement from a DIA report that Al Qaeda are the major forces driving the insurgency. And there's no reason to believe that just comes from some fucking article. And then you said some other shit. You said some other shit about, what did you fucking say? You said the Sycamore, the report is wrong, but you didn't give any fucking reasons for it. You mentioned Trump's tweet for reasons that evade me, that are just beyond me. I don't know what the significance of that tweet is. And no one talked about Trump's tweet. So, yeah, of course the CIA did help Al Qaeda. I don't know what else there is to it.
Okay.
So yeah, that's it.
Okay. So next up is Stardust. She's a
No, skip this one. Skip this one. She's like a leech. She's like a leech.
Haas,
Yeah,
why do you call me a leech when I go out of my way to do
just skip them. Yeah, skip. It's like a streamer from Twitch Politics. She was like always this huge leech that like she basically became bankrupt after Destiny got banned on Twitch. So she had to move to YouTube. She's like the worst orbiter ever. And she's always trying to leech off of my shit, like whenever she can, whether in Twitter Spaces or here. So, yeah.
Okay, well, yeah. Sorry, guys, I can't. No, Haz is giving us some of his time here on the server. So if he doesn't want to talk to, I can't do it. I'm sorry. Okay, next up, it's going to be. We will go with this person here. This is Dai Long. Whenever you're ready, miss.
All right. Thank you very much, Doobie, for having me on. Now, Haz, as you claim yourself to be a self-proclaimed Marxist-Leninist Muslim who is for the People's Republic of China, I was just wondering what your thoughts were on the Chinese. I won't necessarily label it as a genocide, but definitely as a re-education of certain cultural minorities, such as the Uyghurs, especially in the Xinjiang autonomous state of China. And I was also wondering what you thought about the cultural erasure of many of those so-called minorities and other autonomous states, specifically Tibet and also Xinjiang, where we see many different cultural significance just dissipating.
Okay, so I'm gonna put Tibet on the back burner because it's too much to get into. But so we're just gonna focus on Xinjiang because that's the most sensationalized one at the moment. So China has these vocational jobs training programs that it has used throughout China as part of its poverty alleviation program. Okay, and these basically equip people with the necessary skills in order to enter the job market at a sufficient level. So in Xinjiang, because there was a problem of extremism, they have integrated within these vocational training programs, which again are like oftentimes carbon copies from the ones that are taken from other regions in China as part of its poverty alleviation program. And they've included, anti-extremism education or materials, like to counter extremism. But the erasure is not actually against Uyghur culture or Uyghur Islam in any capacity. It's a crackdown on a foreign-funded, from the Gulf states and from Saudi Arabia, version of Islam that is not indigenous to the region and is not indigenous to Uyghur culture or the version of Islam that has been practiced in that region for the majority of its existence. And also, the Xinjiang issue is not primarily about Islam. It's primarily about Uyghur separatism, which predates the current bout of Islamism that is popular in defining that. And the only proof we need of that is that, during the Soviet Union's existence, I think it's called the ETIF, I don't know what it's called today. It came from an organization. The premier leader of Uyghur separatism was an atheist Marxist-Leninist group that was Soviet-backed, because there was a Sino-Soviet split. And after the Soviet Union collapsed, they started LARPing as Islamists to get funding from the Muslim world. Okay, so You're basically dealing with nationalist nationalist grifters who are don't have a particularly strong attachment to Islam. There's probably a closer proximity to some kind of Turkic nationalism going on there. The Islam thing is a grift. It's to trick the Muslim world into turning against China, primarily for the purpose of harming China's Belt and Road Initiative, which the U.S. sees as the premier threat to the so-called rules-based international order that it created after World War II.
All right.
So yeah.
Well, Haz, I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with you there. In fact, that that before 1949, that Xinjiang was previously known as Eastern Turkestan, and it was an independent, not necessarily a nation, but definitely autonomous from China, and was completely separate and had no ties with the Chinese government or the PRC, the newly founded PRC at the time. But what China is trying to push today is that this isn't necessarily trying to assimilate a culture, that this is mainly just an imperialist tactic used by the Chinese, because they are trying to, I would say, coerce many of the Chinese people into thinking that they're trying to reestablish a former great nation of China through their dynasties. And this is definitely present during the Taiwan situation, as we see as many of the people, or should I say, government officials, are trying to push a narrative that they're trying to reinstate a previous glory to, as I should say in layman terms, basically make China great again. But we see is that these cultures deviate very drastically. The Chinese people tend to be more Confucius, an atheistic society, where an Uyghur population is definitely the majority in the autonomous state of Xinjiang, as it's known today. And on the claims that you put there, that this is just some sort of separatist movement, a rebellion, that not really about religion. You see, I have a source that was given to me by one of the politics servers, executive mods here, White Kupo, thank you very much. He gave me a source from The Guardian here showing that, I just sent it to you through Discord. Oh, it didn't send. Well, anyways, regardless of that, then I guess, it states that Xi Jinping, the current leader of China, is closing churches, jailing pastors. He is trying to basically rid religion, and he's going with a lot of Marxist tenets here. And as we see, as Marx said here in, I don't know if you're familiar with a contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, Marx writes here that religious suffering is at one.
We're getting way ahead of ourselves. Okay, so like, I can do two things for you. Okay, you can only choose one because you're taking up a lot of people's time. I can either discuss with you Marx's views on religion, okay, which is a completely separate topic. And I could talk to you about the critique of a contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right. I could talk to you about that. I'm more than happy to talk to you about that. But if I talk to you about that, we're not going to be able to talk about Xinjiang. So let's keep it on Xinjiang and not. I just find it really fucking like, dude. The Communist Party has been in power in China since 1949. The Communist Party is drawing from a tradition coming from the Bolshevik Party, which has existed, for well over a century by now. So looking at Marx for oh, this is the real reason why this new thing is happening. It's like, we don't have to get into the fucking nitty gritty of Marxism to understand anything what's going on. I just find it fucking silly, dude. Like nobody's gonna go and bring up the Freemasonic connections of George Washington to explain anything currently going on in the United States. Like, there's no need to do that. All right, let's just focus on the immediate topic at hand, which is the allegations you're making about Xinjiang. Okay, I don't want to hear some shit about Marx's contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right to explain China's current fucking orientation and religious policy, which I'm also have things to address. So unless you have more things to say about China, we stop it there and I address what you said, or you have more things to say.
All right, well, I'll move on. We see many different mosques, in particular in China and Xinjiang, being torn down. This is due to culturally, we'll see a militarization in many of the certain areas in Xinjiang, and that many Uyghurs are being sent to certain re-education camps that have been photographed on satellite images, and that many of the mosques that are run by obviously Uyghur Muslims in the province of Xinjiang are being forced to sort of rebrand themselves and become more traditionally Chinese per se, trying to rid them of their cultural freedom, which you said earlier that you are for a culturally free society. So I just want to see here is, are you for a homogeneity of Chinese people through forceful tactics such as these re-education camps that these Uyghurs are being sent to by the Chinese government?
The problem is that your questions are extremely loaded because they contain various facts that I would argue rest upon extremely tenuous and sometimes outright false foundations. Okay, so
Is there anything false?
yeah, pretty much all of the allegations you've made about Xinjiang are from a.
Well, which one?
All of them. Just pick any of them.
All of
yes.
them.
All bullshit.
Is there any reason? Do you have
So
any
hold on.
other...
Not just what you said about Xinjiang, but in particular the view that we're seeing this crackdown on priests and churches in China under Xi Jinping. Also a load of bullshit. Xi Jinping is very widely well known and well quoted for saying that Islam is part of China. It has always been a part of China's culture and civilization. It should be promoted in the new era in new ways. I mean, like, there's just direct things he said that contradicts that himself. Maybe he's hiding what he's really doing behind the scenes, but you haven't really produced any real credible evidence to show that behind the scenes something else is going on. But I wanted to speak to something specifically you said earlier. So you said Xinjiang was East Turkestan before the People's Republic of China. You're ignoring the fact that East Turkestan never actually existed in any capacity. Xinjiang has always been part of China properly, even since the Tang dynasty, especially under the Qing dynasty, when that integration even ramped up to an unprecedented degree. So you're talking about something that has always been part of China and China's civilization. And the notion that there's a fundamental incompatibility between the civilization because Han Chinese people are more secular or more Confucian begs the question, okay, how does that speak to the immense diversity within, you know, what you would probably acknowledge as China? Because there's such a thing as Hui Muslims who are indistinguishable, who are just Han Muslims who converted to Islam pretty much, and they're Muslim, right? So the Chinese civilization has always afforded an extreme level of diversity in ethnicity, language, culture, and religion while forming one common Chinese civilization. This might be hard to understand from the perspective of a nation state. China isn't a nation state, it's a civilization state, okay? China historically refers to the Middle Kingdom. And the Middle Kingdom and the Han ethnic identity is specifically formed around a level of proximity to the dynasties, the imperial dynasties specifically. And it is always engaged in a process of fusion, assimilation, and interaction with the various peoples on the periphery that it had integrated historically. Now, in the case of Xinjiang, we're not witnessing an extension of even that. The people in Xinjiang are not being made into Han. They're not being forced to adopt Han culture. Rather, you mentioned like the mosques they're having their identity erased. They're not having their identity erased. What's being erased is the foreign version of Islam that was only recently imported there. And the mosques in Xinjiang are starting to look like how the mosques have always been in Xinjiang from a traditional historical cultural perspective. In some, Uyghurs are adopting an Uyghur version of Islam now, instead of the one that was adopted more recently that comes from Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states. There isn't only one version of Islam. Islam looks different in the various regions of the world that you go to. And Xinjiang, the Uyghurs have their own specific Islamic tradition and version of Islam, which is what the Chinese are promoting. Now you look at that and you say, oh, they're promoting a Han version of Islam. No, that's not the Han version of Islam. That would be the Hui Muslims, who, by the way, have always been prominent in the Chinese state and even in the Chinese elites historically in the past. So I mean, what you're saying is just wrong, right? The things that are, and also if it's about religion, why aren't the same things happening to the Hui Muslims? They're not. The fact of the matter is that China does not oppress Muslims. China doesn't allow for the blasphemous kind of cartoons that exist in France. When the Chinese version of the sacred verses was published, their own version of that, it was some equivalent, and the Muslims within China had an outpouring of protest, the Chinese government censored it, right? So the Chinese government even censors the freedom of speech of Chinese citizens so as to not offend the feelings of Muslims. The Chinese government also upholds elements of Islamic religious law, such as, for example, in Muslim communities, you cannot build pork serving restaurants. You can't build them within a certain level of proximity to halal restaurants. Chinese universities accommodate Muslim students by mandating, the serving of halal meals. China does a lot to actually go beyond the bounds even of a secular state that strictly separates the church and state. It does things to accommodate the Muslim religion that even that are unthinkable in America or Western governments. So this idea that China is like extremely hostile to Muslims is just not true.
Well, I guess we just have a fundamental disagreement there, and we can just agree to disagree on the state on the Muslim religion in particular in China. But I know one that is for sure persecuted is definitely the Buddhist religion, and as we see in Tibet, that even the Dalai Lama, that word has been blacklisted, and you're not even allowed to mention of the Dalai Lama lest you be sent away by certain Chinese execs.
Again, it's just the Dalai. I mean, the Chinese government is even involved in the succession process of the Dalai. So it's just not true what you're saying. Like, I don't. It's really not true. Like, yeah.
Well, I can just say that it is true. I mean, we see with Buddhists. I mean, especially in the Tibet. I mean, there's just a rapid militarization and cultural changes, and the Chinese government is just trying to completely assimilate and erase cultures that have.
All I would say to you as a closing remark is, I think you should be open to the idea of having a critical perspective when it comes to these sensationalized topics. Whose interest does it serve to raise the issue of Tibetan independence or Xinjiang independence? It's not even just the U.S. It's India. It's other actors are involved. I mean, even Russia had a historical role. To be fair, the Soviet Union in Xinjiang separatism. So it's like you have to put this all in a very critical lens. You have to you have to analyze all of the relevant actors, and I just think your perspective is kind of one-sided and has not taken into account opposing perspectives.
Well, with Xinjiang in particular, there definitely is an economic incentive for China's GDP. For Xinjiang, the autonomous state alone accounts for around 20% of China's energy reserves and is a source of oil.
It's really weird how you're framing it, because you would think that China has gone in and invaded Xinjiang like Bush invaded Iraq, but you're talking about something that has, first of all, always been part of the People's Republic of China, and has always been part of China proper for centuries. So it's like, I don't know what your point is. Like, this is you realize the burden of separatism is on the Xinjiang separatists. It's not like China has to go and take Xinjiang. It is part of China. Like, I don't. It's just really weird, right?
Well, you see, it's easy to say that right there is how it's always been a part of the People's Republic of China. And it's really easy because they've been formulated not too long ago. And there is a distinction between the former Republic of China and the People's Republic of China. The only correlation there is between what land they had, but an expansion there doesn't really necessarily correlate.
Also, it's kind of funny, like you also mentioned Taiwan and the Republic of China. Just to be clear, I hope you can look at the map.
I'm referring to the
yeah. But I just want you to know, look at the map the Taiwan authorities used to represent the Republic of China, and not only does it include Xinjiang, it includes like way bigger pieces of territory than currently China has, and it's like, so they claim way more than China already has, okay, from other places. So they claim basically everything the Qing dynasty used to have. unconditionally.
Well, if that's true, then I would disagree with that as well.
Yeah,
I'm not
I'm
necessarily
just
trying to pick a side
trying
with
to
one or the other.
point out that you're talking about a warlord era in which there was no central Chinese state at all. That doesn't mean China doesn't exist. It just means China was in a state of civil war, disarray, and chaos. That does not speak to the legitimacy of any kind of East Turkestan national project, any more than it does speak to the legitimacy of some warlord having the right to carve out a piece of China for themselves.
All right. Well, I mean, with Xinjiang in particular, you mentioned Iraq earlier with Bush invading Iraq. It would be similar to the Iraq and Kuwait situation. I mean, Kuwait would have no chance of standing against Saddam Hussein.
You're talking about Iraq invading a country that is internationally recognized as being separate from Iraq, whereas no one has formally contested China's territorial sovereignty in Xinjiang. Period. Even the Western countries, that are condemning the so-called violations of human rights, acknowledge Xinjiang as part of China.
Well, it's one thing to be internationally recognized and have a distinct different culture. I mean, the UN recognizes
again. China is a civilization state. China is a civilization state. It doesn't have one ethnicity or one nationality, even just one culture. There's one Chinese civilization that includes many different languages, religions, and cultures. Okay, it's kind of silly to talk about distinct cultures as if that's like the grounds for a different state within the Chinese context, considering that China has always been a multicultural, multi-ethnic, multiracial, multi-religious civilization.
Well, with multiracial, I mean, the Chinese people, they are definitely not open-minded when it comes to different racial relations.
Again, I mean, that is just like a statement made from a position of baffling ignorance, okay? The idea that the Chinese are closed-minded to other people, even in a historical sense, is extremely silly. I mean, just speaking in terms of like the reception they had to Islam, they were extremely open-minded to Islam when Islam emerged. It's just that the process by which this kind of interaction happens is one of mutual respect, where you can acknowledge differences first, and you can fuse together and interact. And if Chinese appear close-minded, they're probably close-minded to having their country looted, raped, and pillaged by these pirates that were called the British Empire and other powers that tried to carve up China and smuggle dope into China and sell drugs into China. The Queen, the British monarchy, being the biggest drug peddlers in the history of mankind. So it's like I'm sorry, but what you're saying, it's just not. The Chinese are not open to other cultures or foreign. It's just not true. They are, but they are on their own terms. They will not allow some foreigner to impose themselves on them, at gunpoint.
Well, a lot of Chinese society definitely is not tasteful of certain black people and other people of African descent, and they have to remove them from certain movies. Western movies.
Look, I can acknowledge there's probably some tensions between African immigrants and locals in some parts of China, but that's just one side of the story, okay? The other side of the story is that there's an interaction going on, and, it's not one-sided like you're trying to say. And by the way, just because Chinese people find foreigners strange and are curious about them, which is usually what we're talking about there, doesn't mean that they're closed-minded to them. It just means I've never seen a person who has this skin color in my life.
Well, that's definitely not it, because when you're interested in a certain and have a certain curiosity, your first result isn't to just blacklist them and take them off of movie posters and try to videos.
I am not familiar with. I'm not. Look. I'm like a lawyer. I need to deal on a case by case basis when it comes to these things, and I'm not familiar with that story. I have to look at what happened there and what the story is behind that, but. I mean, regardless, is there racism in China? Yeah, probably. I mean, there's racism everywhere. Do you blame the entire Chinese civilization for that? I mean, that's like saying that like all white people are bad because there's racism in America. Like, is that true? I mean, I don't really think so.
Well, no, definitely not true. But I think that just exposes that, you know, they're not just some happy-go-lucky people that are looking to accept everyone and that they don't care.
No, well, that's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that China has a historical tradition of being able to handle cultural differences through a common civilization and tolerate those differences. That doesn't mean that people don't have prejudices or that people aren't racist ever. It just means that there's a precedent for this not to spill over into like a necessary, like bloody conflict of some kind.
Well, and I mean, this will circle back around to the Uyghurs. We see this, and especially in America. America is a good correlation between here. I mean, I'm not trying to pick sides here between America and China and which one's worse. I just calling it like I see it. And when I see certain persecution against a certain ethnic group of minorities in a country, I'm going to call it out. I'm not trying to pick sides here.
Well, for all intents and purposes, I just think you're coming from a one-sided perspective. I encourage you to.
What's one-sided about it?
It just seems like you haven't heard the Chinese side of the story at all.
The Chinese side of the story. Well, I'm coming here from a bipartisan side. I'm saying this is come from satellite imaging.
Okay, look.
Insider
all right, I know for a fact.
These re-education camps are real. I mean, there's no denying genocide.
Listen. Listen. You're talking about data which has been presented to you in a specific way, and oftentimes in a deceptive way. For example, a lot of those satellite images that you're talking about that supposedly give you direct, unbiased, bipartisan access, as you put it, to what's going on in China. A lot of the times, those are literally showing random schools and hospitals and calling them camps. So it's like,
okay.
You know, like, what? You're wrong. You've just heard these sources that are part of an American-led smear campaign against China, and you haven't been exposed to the other perspective. You just have not. You've just heard one side of the story, which is part of an actual agenda. If it's not clear to you, I mean, like, you have to be open to the fact that that's not the only side to the story here. Okay, there's other sides to the story.
Okay, I hear you keep bringing this up over and over again throughout many of the previous people here, is that, you know, that we're trying to peddle some, you know, biased media that, I mean, of course media is biased. All media is biased.
Okay, here's what I'm telling you. Okay, dude, I'm going to tell you this. You're an English speaker, you live in America, you're exposed to that specific type of media, intentionally, I should add. All I am telling you is your world is not the only one that exists. That's all I'm telling you. If I were to bombard you with exclusively Chinese sources that were written in Chinese and are being presented and tailored for the Chinese audience, you would think it's bullshit. If I did the same thing from Soviet sources, you would do the same. So when you're dealing with international affairs, all I'm asking you is to try and have an unbiased perspective on this, because it's just kind of baffling that I'm being presented with these exclusively English-speaking Western sources that are part of an agenda, and I'm supposed to take that as objective truth. It just doesn't sound.
No. There's no objective truth here. I mean, Haz, what you got to understand is that I'm not trying to tell you that this is unbiased sources. Of course, they're biased towards a Western perspective, and of course, Chinese sources will be biased towards an Eastern perspective. But how can we get anywhere and come to any sort of agreement when we're just saying, "Oh, your source is
BS"? All right. Square one. If
we can't accept anything, if we can't accept
I'll let you finish what you're saying.
Then how will we know?
Are you done?
Well, I'm just trying to say here. Just let me get this point out. I'm trying to say here is that we can't make any progress to towards any solution if we're just throwing out.
I could have
any other perspective.
Yeah, I could have responded. You didn't even have to say that because I got your point already, but I guess you like to hear yourself talk, so you decided to say that. So
I'm trying to give you a platform too.
You're not giving me a platform right now, okay? But what I'm trying to tell you is that the first thing, step one, is you have to understand the systems you're dealing with. So what is the Western media? How does it work? That's one thing you have to understand, okay? You also have to understand the history of precedent. Have they lied in the past? Are there similar things that have happened in the past? Okay. You also, again, yeah, you should also probably understand the same from the Chinese perspective. You got to balance all these things out, balance the relevant interests, the relevant particular interests, form your own conclusion based on what you think is most likely. But you can't do that when you just like, you have the mentality of a consumer. You're sitting on your computer and you're looking at all these news articles and shit, and you're like, oh my God. But you don't have that critical stepping outside the box mentality of like, is this part of an agenda? Like, I can give you an example of patterns of agendas and how see, if you understand how the Western media works, you understand why does the Western media report on Alex Jones, and demonize him the way they do? Why do they spin the news against Trump in this specific way? Why do they push this agenda of pro-censorship, and why do they push this stuff against Joe Rogan? I mean, like, you got to understand how it works. It's based on these agendas and it's not based on just this kind of like, all of these different news sources are independently coming to the same conclusion based on the reporting of the facts. I mean, like, American media is specifically designed to serve, the public interest through having these loyalty to these agendas. So you got to understand the systems you're talking about. You have to understand the relevant interests that are involved in them. And you have to understand, and you have to understand more about China and how China works and how Chinese what is the reality in China? You have to understand these things. You need local perspectives. You have to balance all these things, and then you can form a conclusion. Like, talk to anybody who lives in China. Talk to anybody who's been to Xinjiang in China, who has lived there. I mean, most of the time, these people are going to tell you the same thing. This is a bullshit story, okay? So you got to get other perspectives.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can always add more information to any story. There's an unlimited amount of information you can always get. Well, you can get this, or you can get that. There's always, it's unlimited, is what I'm trying to say. It's infinite. But what I'm trying to say here is that you're going to have to try and come up with an inference here at one point. You're gonna have to.
I have arrived. I mean, I myself have arrived at an inference, which is that the allegations are almost completely bullshit and are baseless.
Okay.
And that is because I've been, in my view, informed. I've seen all of your sources. I've read all of them. I've looked at all of them. Okay, but I've also looked at the opposite side. So because of that, I've come to a radically different conclusion. The only difference between you and me is you haven't read the other side.
All right. Well, I mean, I guess we can just have a fundamental disagreement there. I mean, trying to assume that I'm limited in certain sources because I haven't presented as many as you might know, but I guess that's just we're just going to have to disagree on different news sources there that they're biased in particular ways, but well, I guess that's it then.
All right. So I can take one. I know I said the hard cutoff is gonna be at 10, but I can take one more, and then I'm gonna have to wrap it up.
Yeah. Who's it gonna be? Let's see. If you guys want to get in, just spam your questions in chat. I'm gonna pick one at random. Okay. Oh my God. Okay, fuck you guys. This is not hopeful. Okay. We will go with this dude, I guess. From Low Value Male, King Ali. Go for it. Whenever
All right, dope. All right. So my question is that do you think that Chinese censorship of the internet and harvesting of user data is problematic?
Okay, so that's two-pronged. I'll start with censorship. And I'm going to pin that down to cultural differences. They have a culture of red lines about what you can say in public and what you can't. What I will say is that the censorship does not actually translate into capping access to information as much as it caps the ability to form these kind of hashtag movements that form color revolutions. But the Chinese, VPNs are so, they come pre-installed on the phones. So it's not that they're censoring access to information. They're censoring access to information that can be used in, ways that cross the boundaries of what they consider acceptable as a rallying point. Like, not information that's a description of reality, but for example, information like, yo, let's go out and burn down buildings, or, obviously calls to violence are like unanimously not tolerated. But to understand the censorship thing, it's a lot like how in Islamic culture they're super sensitive to drawing the Prophet Muhammad, right? It's going to be one of those things where a lot of it's going to be down to culture. Even in South Korea, there's censorship.
But do you think that there's an issue with not being open to criticism of the government or censoring certain opinions that may dissent from what the government considers mainstream?
So that's two separate things. There's immense criticism of the government in China, immense, and it happening on forums, happening even on social media. There's anti-communist. There's immense criticism that it's an understatement, me saying that. Immense levels of criticism. From the handling of the Shanghai lockdowns, even to the what is it called, the Everest or Green, whatever bank that was. There's a ton of criticism that goes on in China. But as for presenting alternative political views, there's an understanding that information is not neutral. It's not just innocuous. It has meaning. So if you're saying something like, yeah, we should overthrow the state and overthrow the Communist Party, they're gonna consider that. They're gonna take you seriously when you say that, and they're gonna censor it for that reason.
Do you think that censoring dissenting, the way that they've responded to criticism in many takes of the government, currently with the banks there's bank runs that are going on in China, they're running low on cash, the reserves were cut down to 11.25%, I believe, and there were people who were protesting, and I think that China actually mobilized tanks in the area against
Nope, that's a myth. That's a myth. So there is footage of some random place in China of tanks rolling by. The tanks are not there against protesters. The tanks are there. It's the same thing when you see tanks on trains in the United States. They're just being transported in a given place in China, so it's just not true.
Got it. And what about? Okay, I don't know if you've been aware of this, but I think a lot of the people who are good.
Yeah, just really quickly. So Haz, just FYI, somebody DM me, and they said that they will donate to the stream, to the super chat, if you'll let them ask a single question. They're begging me to.
Okay, how much are they going to donate?
I don't know. They said give them a second.
Okay, it's got to be.
I'll let you know when they come.
It's got to be quick. Okay, it's got to be quick.
Okay.
Now, the second thing you said was you said something about the first thing was about censorship, and then the second thing was about harvest of that. Yeah, China is actually ahead of the U.S. in this regard. They are cracking down on the major companies in order to give Chinese citizens control of their data and give them rights in regards to the ownership of their data for economic purposes. So they're much better than the U.S. in this regard.
Do you think that making companies that want to operate in China forced to release their user data and information to the government or to the CCP is problematic in and of itself for user data and privacy and freedom?
I don't, because it's, is it problematic? Who's to say? What are they doing it for? That would be the ultimate decider. The U.S. does the same, right? Just so we're clear.
Right. Yeah, but it's not right when the U.S. does it or when China does it.
Yeah. Okay. Just so we're clear. China's not especially guilty of this. Here's what I want people to believe. I want people to understand there's no such thing as privacy on the internet. And I think the real problem is this illusion we're being fed that, we have this user private. We don't. Okay, everything you're on the internet, if the infrastructure that is supporting your internet, has connections to the government, which it does in every case, it's not yours, right? So I just think it's just a fact. We don't have any privacy, and I don't think it exists anywhere unless you can ensure privacy, like technologically. You're not gonna have it. No government is just gonna benevolently be like, yeah, we're just like not gonna harvest this data, which may be important for national security or something. Like, it's just not gonna happen.
Do you think like issues like the Great Chinese Firewall and things that ban or sites that they censor, like Discord, for example, they have a firewall against Discord, so Discord is not readily available in China like it is to you and me in the West. Do you think that this sort of censorship of media outlets and social media places, like the platform that we're using to have this discussion right now, would not be allowed in China? Do you think that that's an issue to free speech and?
No, I think that's more an economic thing about. It's a form of protectionism, where they want to promote Chinese companies instead of rely on Western ones. That's why Facebook never had a foothold there. That's why China has its own alternate internet, which, you know, the Chinese people actually prefer because they have VPNs that allow them to access any of the platforms they want. And again, VPNs are not like some esoteric hackers. I mean, like everyone has VPNs, everyone, right? People watch YouTube, they can go on Twitter, do whatever they want. They're not going to be getting in trouble for it at all.
I mean, yeah.
They see, there's a difference between individuals
have to...
having the freedom to access these things, which they do, and a social policy of like, do we want Twitter to be the dominant platform? Do we want Facebook to be the dominant platform? Do we want Discord to be a dominant platform? That's what the policy's tailored for. It's not about preventing individuals from having access. Individuals can have access. They're just curtailing at the level of social policy, you know, the widespread adoption of these platforms.
I mean, at that point, if people are going to just go in and get VPNs and go around these sorts of things anyway, wouldn't it just make more sense?
Because just by establishing the official ban, they're establishing a culture and they're establishing a precedent of we're just going to use the Chinese platforms. And, you know, again, why would a sovereign government want to cede all of its data to foreign corporations and a foreign government and foreign platforms? It just does. If you're really an independent country, yeah, I personally think that these big tech companies in the U.S. have way too much power compared to our own sovereignty, our own constitution, especially because of their rights to censor us. Right? We have pretty much the same censorship, but it's done through the private sector rather than a way that's accountable to us as a people. So, you know, that's one of the problems that we have.
Right, but do you think that the censorship and the level of censorship that occurs in China is anyway equal to the level of censorship that is in the West or in the United States? Do you think?
No. There's definitely more on an official level in China, but I do think the West is more effective with more subtle methods to repress our individual access to information, especially through big tech censorship, and then B, to establish a culture in which, you know, we dismiss out of hand alternate views as conspiracy theories or illegitimate or crackpot theories. I mean, like there's all these ways that the intelligence agencies employ to discredit anti-establishment voices. So it's a much. I think all in all, there's way more official censorship in China, obviously, but the West is way more effective in actually curtailing the abilities for people to think independently. Whereas the average Chinese citizen is way more critical and way more independent-minded than the average American, definitely.
All right, cool. All right, awesome. Thank you for your time. Appreciate that.
So this person is saying that they'll donate $10.
Yeah, it's got to be quick, and then they can ask the question. Sure.
Okay. So this is Kitty Cat Cammy. You are unmuted. Go for it.
Can I be heard?
Yes.
Okay, so this is kind of a two-part question. The first part is, why do you think it's the case that defunding the FBI is going to help leftist movements the same way that it would have helped during like the Red Scare, given the fact that the FBI now has a lot of restrictions on what they can and cannot do that they did not have during the Red Scare, and that a large portion of the FBI's activities, as we now know from like reports from 2000 onwards, are actually spent on disrupting far-right groups, which are a lot more successful at like actually getting political figures into power and killing people. So I just thought that was a bit strange. Kind of a second part, why did you accuse Vaush of lying about Gutsy Kozo being raided by the FBI?
I want to begin with the simple one, which is the Vaush lie. was reacting to the CPI's conference in which the Uhuru movement leaders were speaking, who are not the Black Hammer Party, and Vaush accused the Uhuru movement. Someone asked, aren't these the people that had a dead body at their compound? And Vaush said, yes, that is them. When it wasn't, in fact, them, it's the Uhuru movement who were raided for a completely different reason. So yeah, that does establish Vaush objectively as a liar. Whether he's doing it intentionally, I'll let you guess. So the second thing is about the FBI. So I'm just going to answer pretty bluntly. I don't really care about the leftist movements in general. A lot of those far-right movements the FBI attacks are actually just libertarian militias, which I don't think are inherently far-right, actually. I think they're just, against this monstrous overgrowth over our constitutional democratic republic that has taken the form of this kind of like globalist, deep state, these federal agencies with like so little oversight. I mean, don't look into the details of the Oklahoma City bombings and, Timothy McVeigh and how a police witness who said the whole official story is bullshit, was found dead in a ditch, completely shot with, his wrist slit, and it was labeled as a suicide. There was no way it could have been a suicide. So, I mean...
He shot himself in the back head 2 times.
Yeah. Yeah, so, the FBI is not restricted in the way that you're saying it is. Like, if it was cracking down on communists in the Cold War, and it no longer has the ability to do so today, that's just because communists aren't as prevalent as they used to be. And, I don't care that right-wingers are their primary target, because the same things that they target right-wingers with, they would also target communists with, because they're not targeting people because they're right-wing. They're targeting them because they're challenging, in some capacity, this globalist deep state, this kind of national security state, this Patriot Act state that has been created. So, I mean, I'm kind of shocked at this idea that, oh yeah, we can have like this globalist, imperialist deep state that was created in the Cold War to destroy the Soviet Union and destroy communism with the help of former Nazis. And it's all based and fine because they actually just target right-wingers and instead of leftists. Well, it's like, that's why I hate leftists. I don't like leftists. I think leftists are chill. I think leftists are literally a creation of that very same state. I mean, the left as we know it is pretty much a completely astroturfed, fake civil society that was created with the Ford Foundation's Rockefeller money with the help of the CIA. When you're talking about the Frankfurt School, the Institute for Social Research, you're talking about the funding of like gender studies and post-colonial studies, all these things to combat classical Marxism. You're talking about the propping up of the new left in a specific way was propped up. I mean, all these things propped up to combat the Soviet Union on a cultural level. I mean, so like what? I don't care about the left. I hate the left. I'm against the left almost in every way. And I have more in common with those libertarian militias targeted by the FBI than I do with leftists on any day of the week.
Well, I would hope that's not true, since usually they're targeted to prevent acts of violence or attempts
so
to
just like the
government.
Gretchen Whitmer, just like the alleged kidnapping of Gretchen Whitmer, which was actually orchestrated by an FBI provocateur, just like how the FBI is always sending people in these militias to like infiltrate them, to get to get them to do things, or get agents to try and do things to discredit them. I mean, you're not dealing. I'm kind of baffled. Like, you know what the FBI did to the Black Panthers? I mean, do you know what the FBI does? The FBI isn't bounded by any rule of law. They're fucking dirty as fuck. They are corrupt as fuck. Like, nothing is outside of them.
They're going to make references to things like incidents of the FBI disrupting the Black Panthers for otherwise legal activity. You're just going to be incorrect, right? Because now there are a lot of restrictions on the FBI, as the Trump administration actually found out while they were in power. There are actually a lot of restrictions on what the FBI can and cannot do, who they have to go through in order to get authority for certain things. Even if they do go through some of these processes, they can still be held liable later. Like some of the FBI people you're talking about, they've been charged with crimes, right, by the Department of Justice for things that they've done.
That's just for what they get. That's just what they get caught for in the public eye.
Just saying blanket, oh, the FBI does all this bad stuff, and conflating like the Cold War, Red Scare, like late 70s era, right, to right now.
I'm kind of like, I don't think it is, because again, you're just talking about what they get caught for. Secondly, I mean, like, You sound like Gloria Steinem. Gloria Steinem was pretty much like, hey, you know, we were recruited by the CIA. She was the like founder of American feminism. She's like, oh, we were recruited by the CIA, and I found out actually the CIA wasn't what we thought it was going to be, which is going to be like this conservative patriarchal thing. They were reform-minded, progressive-minded people who are very much liberal in their spirit. And it's like, yes, because that is what you are. You are serving their agenda. So it's like when you're sitting here being like, oh, actually, I used to think the FBI was like super traditionalist and super conservative, but I'm realizing they're like leftists. It's like, yes, because you're a product of them at the feds in the first place. And I find it like really funny because we always used to just be like, oh yeah, Vaush and Vaush, the Vaush community, it's like created by the feds. They're pretty much like a tool of the feds, whatever. And now you're literally like coming here. This is unprecedented, and you're trying to make the left-wing case after you did it for NATO, after you did it for the Democratic Party and Joe Biden and all that kind of things. Now you're making the left-wing case for the FBI. I find that baffling. That's just incredible.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm particularly attached to leftism. I'm just against people committing crimes, violence, infiltrating the government, lying. Like even the other case you brought up with the FBI. I was going to bring this up with the Vaush thing. I think the confusion with Vaush is there was like an overlap between what of the Uhuru. You said Aurora at one point.
No. The Uhuru movement is completely separate from Ghazi's, whatever it is, and that they were raided for completely separate reasons.
They were raided. I just want to be clear. They were raided by the FBI, like in the same time period. The leader of the Uhuru and his wife were arrested around the same time period.
Okay, for completely different in completely different locations for completely different reasons.
Yeah, but you brought it up as well. I'm just saying that I think you're doing a confusion with what Vaush was talking about. Vaush was asked, like the time he was asked about that, he was showing a video that was by the.
Okay, Vaush, plainly put, said the Uhuru movement was raided because they had a dead body on their compound, and he lied. I mean, there's nothing. I don't know what else you're trying to say here. No one was talking about Black Hammer. No one was talking about Ghazi. He made that association. Either intentionally or unintentionally because he's a dumbass. It doesn't matter what the reason was. He lied.
Yeah, so he made the associated video because at a prior point he had brought up Black Hammer.
Okay, not in the video of the CPI conference where he directly accused the Uhuru movement in front of like his thousands of viewers of having a dead body on their compound, which is a complete slanderous lie.
Yeah, Cammy, your mic is dead. It stopped working. Cammy, you there? Yeah, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, so I don't think that's accurate. I do think I don't know if you just watched like the 2-hour long videos or like the clipped out streams, but if you watch the whole stream, he is actually talking about the Black Panthers, or oh my goodness, now I'm doing it. He is talking about Black Hammer.
But Black Hammer wasn't relevant to what he was reacting to, which was the Uhuru movement at the CPI conference.
People overlap.
No, they did. No, they didn't. There was nobody speaking at the CPI who had anything to do with the Black Hammer organization.
It doesn't matter if people in the specific.
Okay, this is like incredible mental gymnastics. Vaush objectively lied about something, and you're like, look, he lied. Okay, the Uhuru movement has nothing to do with Black Hammer. They were raided for completely different reasons. They're completely separate organizations based in completely separate places in America. Again, he slandered them. He made it out to be that they were making a big fuss of getting raided. Well, you have a dead body on your compound. Of course that's ground for getting raided. Well, they didn't. They were raided for exercising their First Amendment rights. Okay, so like that is such a that's something really bad to lie about.
They were raided for working with a foreign agent. Allegedly.
Yeah, what is the foreign agent accused of doing exactly in relation to the Uhuru movement?
The foreign agent is accused of spreading propaganda.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Spreading propaganda, aka exercising our First Amendment rights.
The problem is that there are
So there aren't. You're talking doublespeak right now. I read the report. The Rouge movement, yeah, they're black nationalists. They talked about a genocide against black people committed by the U.S. government. They talked about how they wanted reparations. They were associated with a Russian who was part of the Ultra Globalization movement, and all they did was host them on a YouTube video where they talked. They spoke together, okay? And everything the Rouge movement has said on its Facebook page, which is actually just expressing its own black nationalist ideology, whether you agree with that or not, doesn't matter. That was being accused of being Russian propaganda just because they talked to a guy who happened to be Russian on a YouTube stream. Okay? Even if it is quote unquote Russian propaganda, how does that now say they don't have any First Amendment rights to spread their opinions and they can be raided by the FBI without even being given any due process unconstitutionally? So again, the left always.
This is going to be very simple. Just let me talk, please. So, look, I really think this comes up with the Trump thing as well. I think people are really confused when the term raid is used because they assume raid is like, it means that the person who's being raided is guilty. You can be quote unquote raided by the FBI and be completely
okay. In the eyes of most knowledgeable, in the eyes of most Americans who are knowledgeable.
Excuse me. None of the people in the Rouge movement are even indicted.
That's even worse. That's even worse. Okay, that's even worse. That's even fucking worse. That's even worse.
The FBI has entered a building and taken documents as a part of an.
That's even worse. If you're not indicted and strangers bust down the doors to your fucking home and start raiding your shit, that is completely in contradiction to the spirit of what this democratic republic was founded upon. Anyone who defends the U.S. Constitution should be condemning this and oppose it wholeheartedly. And you're
against search warrants. Tell me what country on earth does not engage?
Okay, a search warrant issued on the basis of people expressing their First Amendment rights.
It's not issued on the basis of the Uhuru movement's their own speech. It's issued on the basis of
You didn't read the fucking document. You didn't read their document. You didn't read their fucking document. You did not read the FBI's fucking document. Yes, it is because of their speech. It is because of their speech. Yes, it is. And by the way, this speech, there was no threats. There was no threats of doing anything.
A foreign agent, and they're not
retard. You know what? I'm not tolerating this fucking Orwellian doublespeak anymore. You talk about a fucking foreign agent. You don't even know what the fucking details of that war. The only thing that alleged foreign agent is being fucking accused of doing. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. The only fucking thing, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up with this fucking Orwellian doublespeak. The only fucking thing this foreign agent is accused of fucking doing is whispering false and bad ideas and bad thoughts in the fucking ears of the Uhuru movement to give them an ideology they're gonna fucking type out on fucking Facebook, expressing their opinion about the nature of this country. They're not threatening to do anything illegal. They're not implying they're gonna do anything illegal. There's no probable cause to fucking raid them for them doing anything illegal. The foreign agent and foreign interference, just like the fucking Russiagate hoax, is 100% about ideas the establishment considers wrong and bad being disseminated and being spread. Ideas, speech, thoughts. Not speech and thoughts that imply violence and imply you're going to do illegal things, but things that imply a different worldview. If you can't fucking see how this is a fundamental violation of our constitutional rights, I don't fucking know what to tell you. I mean, you're literally living in La La Land at this point. It's fucking insanity. And it's absolute fucking insanity.
You can check the record for the history of the United States. The bar to get a search warrant is not as high.
Okay, the FBI is not a the existence of the FBI contradicts the founding principles of this country and the Constitution. Okay, I am for the. That's why the FBI. That's why the No. Local police could not have that low level of probable cause that the FBI had to conduct a raid. They couldn't. A local fucking sheriff couldn't fucking do that. Only the FBI could act so unconstitutionally in this country. Why? Because they have been disposed of these extra constitutional, extra democratic powers. And you leftists always fucking talk about fascism and shit. when you're talking about people who fucking question gender theory and other retarded ass fucking shit, but when you literally have these outright violations of our constitutional liberties, you go and you have all these fucking mental gymnastics to defend it. It is fucking baffling. It is absolutely fucking baffling.
Wow. Haz, we went way over the time that you had allotted. So thank you so much for sticking with us longer than we'd expected.
Yeah,
I hope you had a
no
good time.
problem. But I hope that person is gonna send me the 10. But you know, I guess if they don't, you know, there's nothing that can be done.
If they don't do it, I will.
Oh no, don't worry about it, Doobie. You already donated enough. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I mean, appreciate it. I had a good time. You know, it was an honor. It was a pleasure.
Yeah, it was a great time. I know a lot of people here had a lot of fun. We hope you will find it in you to visit us again, because I know there are a lot of people who didn't get to ask a question who really wanted to. But thanks again, guys. I'm going to link his stream again in the chat. Please subscribe. They put out a lot of great content. Haz, as you've just heard, is an extremely knowledgeable guy. So if you want to hear perspective that you don't really get access to in the West these days, that's where you look. Okay, Haz, again, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Doobie. And I gotta head out, but see you. Bye.
Yo, stop by, bro.
Okay, I'm gonna unpause the donations because I had them pause this whole stream, and there's people who donated, so I'm gonna unpause them and read those out. Thank you so much, Tyler.
Oz. I just recorded my first stream talking about what an inspiration you and Jackson have been to me. It's called Walk in the Woods #1 and it'll be premiering on my channel in the morning at 9 a.m. Keep fighting, brother. Cool face.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Emilio. Appreciate that. Good morning, Revolution. Thank you, man. Thank you, Emilio, for the other 5. Appreciate you so much, man.
Good morning.
Thank you so much, Emilio. Appreciate you, man.
Good morning, Revolution.
Emilio, thank you so much, man. A lot of those.
Good morning,
Thank you,
Revolution.
Emilio. A lot of gifted subs.
Good morning, Revolution.
Thank you so much, Emilio. I think he kept donating because the notification wasn't going off, so he probably got. Sorry about that, man. I had him paused throughout the whole thing. By the way, guys, tomorrow we're gonna do the Patreon thing. Thank you, Soapbox.
Albania has one of the lowest percentages of atheism, 16%, in the former communist world. If Hoxha was trying to get rid of religion, he clearly failed.
Yeah.
Good morning,
Thank you so much, Emilio, for that 20. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Thank you, Defund the Oligarchy.
Oz is the king of tankies. Crown, crown, crown.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much, Defund the Oligarchy. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, Auto
I'm not
Revive.
the person, but here's the 10.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, Cloth.
Based stream. Leftism in shambles.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. Thank you, Darg. Holy shit, man. Thanks. Appreciate it so much. Thank you so much, Jahan.
Can you check original content?
Okay, I'll check it. It's funny. So guys, holy shit. Emila, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Our enemies are weak and fell flat with all of their flaccid resolve like a wave into the mountain shore. You destroyed and exposed the Vaush-Itazovites. This is why they're afraid to debate.
Thank you so much, Emila.
Son.
Appreciate
Gorilla,
you.
son.
Thank you so much, Emila. Appreciate you so much. Thank you. Yeah, guys. By the way, the TikToks have been super successful. I've been looking at those TikToks, and we've been daily. They're getting 10, probably even more by now. 10K views, 20K views. They're like blowing up. So if you want a new grift and you want to start doing the infrared clips on TikTok,
When
thank you,
come,
Evo.
may Allah find us worthy to stand in his presence.
Thank you, man. Yeah, guys, infrared TikTok is blowing up. I've been noticing that. It's like, holy fuck, it's been getting really, really crazy. That's something I noticed. Yeah, TikTok, it's blowing up. And I think it's going to go super viral, but I'm already expecting the backlash. So the first thing that's going to happen is, like, I'm going to get super viral on TikTok, and then immediately afterwards, people are going to, like, you know, I don't know. There's going to be a backlash, though, 100%. I just don't know which backlash they're going to use, because there's a lot. What are some of the backlashes? I don't remember. Probably me yelling or some shit. That's not really something you could use, though, right? But yeah, they're going to definitely... Yeah, but TikTok, the decentralized approach to growth is really good. So yeah. A lot of this content is so fucking golden, but there's no way for it to get out. So... Yeah. Thank you, DT.
Quick question. Do you have any thoughts on the Armenian liberation struggle in Artsakh, Nagorno-Karabakh? Thank you.
To be honest, I really don't. I really don't have thoughts. I just don't. That's the truth. I don't. But guys, I think we're going to wrap it up there. And I don't know if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. I might take tomorrow off. Or I'll stream, who knows. But I do want to write more. I want to get more into my writings. Thank you, Emila.
Also, us challenge them for their transphobia on the two-hole thing.
That's what's gonna happen. If I get super big on TikTok, they're gonna do the two-hole thing. Thank you, Zealous.
Well done, Us. Most of the people on politics say that Us won, and many people are saying that you changed their perspective. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you, Ziad. I really enjoyed. I got super heated and angry, but that's just because, like, my temperament. I really enjoyed doing that on the politics Discord. And I found the new perspectives very refreshing. I just really enjoyed it. It got heated, but that doesn't take away from the fact that it was a ton of fun. Actually, that was why it was fun, right? I really enjoyed it. It's, oh my god, it's a breath of fresh air. I'm so sick of being in this echo chamber. It's like so few people ever want to debate me about anything. And this is like a blast of the past. It's like this reminded me of when I was first starting out. And yeah, this was like a blast to the past when I used to like debate people and people weren't scared to debate me. And that was so much fun. Yeah, I had so much fun doing that. I long for those days to return. Because people earnestly like tried to challenge me and debate me. It wasn't just like people memeing or like joking about my infamy or clout. They were like, they're actually trying to debate me, right? And I miss that. I miss that a lot. Thank you so much, Top
Create
Shot.
a channel in Discord so people can organize clips for TikTok.
You guys want that? Yeah, actually, yeah. Mods, or I'll tell the showrunners, let's make a TikTok channel to make TikTok clips. It's actually a very good idea. But yeah, we've been blowing up on TikTok. Anyway, guys, tomorrow I might just record some videos tomorrow and do some writings and skip tomorrow for the stream. I'm not quite sure. We will see. We'll see. Oh, there's already a server. Okay. Alright, guys. I'll see you later. Bye-bye. See you whenever. See you next time I stream.